Mm, not really. I think you need to come nearer to the speaker or whatever.
Okay, is it better now?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I'll just hold the mic. I think that is where I think. Yeah, okay. I'll just connect exactly at 2:05. Yeah.
Hi Sanjay, hi Sridhar.
Hi, hi, hi. Hello.
Hey, hi, Rakesh.
How are you,
How
sir?
are you? Yeah, how are you? I'm good.
Good, good, sir. Good, thank you. Am I audible?
Yeah, very much. So I think, hope I am also audible very clearly.
Yes, yes, perfectly all right.
Yeah, sure, sure. I think we'll connect exactly at 2:05.
Just checking. Am I audible? Anybody?
Yeah. You are
Yeah,
audible.
Ashok. Yeah, you are.
Sorry. Audible, right?
meet omni-channel demand and rising customer expectations. Connect your supply chain to finance, sales, HR, marketing, and IT to stay aligned and make smarter decisions. With a single connected planning platform, Anaplan for supply chain. The supply chain of yesterday was linear, sequential, and static. From raw material to the consumer, the path was monolithic and predictable. Today's multi-directional supply chains change constantly, so companies must move as fast as shifting markets or risk being left behind. But traditional supply chain planning can't keep up with modern demands. Demand planning for accurate forecasting is an ongoing challenge. Supply planning becomes purely reactive, and S&OP is more headache than help. Today's supply chain requires responsive demand, supply, S&OP, and IBP processes to support execution, better collaboration between stakeholders and across functions, and improved insights and trade-off analysis that lead to more informed decision-making across the entire business. That's where Anaplan comes in. Whether it's a decision to make versus buy, which supplier will source a part, which vendor will hold inventory where, or which channel will maximize margin. Anaplan's single cloud-native platform connects your data, people, and plans inside and outside your organization, from tactical to strategic. Built on Hyperblock, our patented in-memory modeling and calculation engine, the Anaplan Connected Planning Platform gives you unparalleled transparency and visibility, and handles the complexities of supply chain decision-making with speed and agility. Quickly and confidently perform what-if analyses to see how a change in one area impacts outcome at the margin. Then use the technology to turn what-if into what's next, empowering decision-makers with the right information at the right time, and making strategic execution a reality. Global enterprises across all industries use Anaplan to meet omni-channel demand and rising customer expectations. Connect your supply chain to finance, sales, HR, marketing, and IT to stay aligned and make smarter decisions. With a single connected planning platform, Anaplan for supply chain. The supply chain of yesterday was linear, sequential, and static. From raw material to the consumer, the path was monolithic and predictable. Today's multi-directional supply chains change constantly, so companies must move as fast as shifting markets or risk being left behind. But traditional supply chain planning can't keep up with modern demands. Demand planning for accurate forecasting is an ongoing challenge. Supply planning becomes purely reactive, and S&OP is more headache than help. Today's supply chain requires responsive demand, supply, S&OP, and IBP processes to support execution, better collaboration between stakeholders and across functions, and improved insights and trade-off analysis that lead to more informed decision-making across the entire business. That's where Anaplan comes in. Whether it's a decision to make versus buy, which supplier will source a part, which vendor will hold inventory where, or which channel will maximize margin. Anaplan's single cloud-native platform connects your data, people, and plans inside and outside your organization, from tactical to strategic. Built on Hyperblock, our patented in-memory modeling and calculation engine, the Anaplan Connected Planning Platform gives you unparalleled transparency and visibility, and handles the complexities of supply chain decision-making with speed and agility. Quickly and confidently perform what-if analyses to see how a change in one area impacts outcome at the margin. Then use the technology to turn what if into what's next. Empowering decision makers with the right information at the right time and making strategic execution a reality. Global enterprises across all industries use Anaplan to meet omni-channel demand and rising customer expectations. Connect your supply chain to finance, sales, HR, marketing, and IT to stay aligned and make smarter decisions. With a single, connected planning platform, Anaplan for supply chain. The supply chain of yesterday was linear, sequential, and static.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 30th Inflection FMCG Supply Chain and Logistics Web Conference and Awards 2021. I am Namrata from Team Alden Global Value Advisors and will be the host for the day to navigate you through interesting panel discussions and lead talks. Inflection is a series of web and physical conferences and awards across Delhi, Mumbai, and Bangalore. Today, we are here to gain insights and celebrate success and innovation in FMCG supply chain and logistics. The top FMCG supply chain leaders of the country will share their thoughts in the lead talks and panel discussions. The conference theme is Propelling FMCG Supply Chain and Logistics Innovation. Today, 150 plus CXOs and more than 350 plus attendees have registered to gain insights from top leaders. Now, let's start the conference with first panel discussion of the day. Today, 150 plus CXOs and more than 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Thanks to our sponsors, title sponsor ACG Anaplan, panel sponsor Moglix, and skill sponsor Logistics Skill Council. The topic for panel is Reimagining FMCG Logistics for Superior Service versus Cost Balance and the New Normal. Thanks to our title sponsor ACG. ACG is a preferred partner of Anaplan in India and connected since Anaplan operational beginning in India and together deliver more than 20 plus projects in India. ACG is a strategic consulting firm deploying digital solutions for enterprises through EPM and analytics solutions functioning under the professional leadership of founder Rakesh Agarwal. Here I call moderator Mr. Ronit Verma from Red Bull, Ashok Kumar from Britannia, Dharmesh Srivastava from Agrotech Foods, Umesh Madhyan from Coca-Cola, Sanjay Singhal from ITC Limited, Venkata Sridhar from Kellogg's, Shaunik Goyal from Bajaj Consumer Care, Sahil Verma from Dabur, Rakesh Agarwal from ACG India, and Sunanda Sharma from All Cargo Logistics.
Thank you, Namrata. Thank you so much. So before I begin, I would like to take a moment to introduce about the discussion topic that we are going to take forward. So we are going to talk about reshaping supply chain and logistics for a competitive advantage. And I am really happy to announce the panelists that I have along with me are from an esteemed organization. I will just quickly introduce one by one. So I have Mr. Ashok Kumar, who is heading supply chain replenishment for Britannia. He has a very good experience in almost more than 17 years in PepsiCo. He has worked with Godrej, Sony Music, and Reckitt Benckiser. A very good and very vast experience in and around supply chain. A very warm welcome, Mr. Ashok, to the panel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and the next gentleman that was from Hindustan Coca-Cola, Umesh Madhyan. So he is also president for Chamber for Visionary Supply Chain Leaders, and he has worked with L'Oreal, HC Heinz, and he is very much contributing to the supply chain domain. So warm welcome to Umesh as well. I guess it's not there. Okay. Anyway, so the next one, the chief operating officer, he has a very good and very detailed level of experience in supply chain. He is heading the all aspects of dairy and beverage businesses for last 4 years with ITC Limited. and also worked with Dabur, Aditya Birla Group, and GE and Yemen Unilever as well. So a very well welcome to Mr. Sanjay Singhal to the panel. The next one is Sridhar Venkat. He is currently working with Kellogg's. So he has worked with Coca-Cola, J&J, and is also contributing to the supply chain domain. So welcome Sridhar to the panel. Yeah. So the next, I'm really happy to introduce Mr. Shonik Goyal. So he's heading distribution and logistics. So he worked with Bharti Infratel, GSK, Indus Tower, Tata Teleservices. Welcome, Shonik, to the panel.
Thank you, Ronit.
Yeah. And the next one, Sahil. I met him in few of the conferences. He's a business head for B2B business for Dabur India. He has worked with Samsung Mobile, Asian Paints, Accenture. Welcome, Sahil, to the panel.
Thanks, Ronit. Thank you.
Yeah. So the next one, Mr. Rakesh Agarwal. So for Rakesh, I do have something to share that he's founder director of ACG India LLP for the last 6 and 7 years. He is very much skilled in business processes, business relationship management, risk management, requirement analysis, and banking, as well as he is very much skilled into the data analytics part. And that is reflecting in his career and in his growth also, that currently is founder and director for ACG India. Welcome Rakesh to the panel.
Thanks, Ronit. Thanks a lot for the introduction.
Yeah. The next one, she is heading operations excellence and quality. She worked with Willis Towers Watson, Maersk, Wipro, SCL, and currently with All Cargo Logistics. Welcome Sunanda to the panel.
Thank you so much, Ronit. Look forward to it.
Yeah, thank you. So the topic that we have today, the panelist, we are along with the panelist, is reshaping supply chain and logistics for a competitive advantage. Before I start, I just wanted to share a brief about it. The 21st century has led to increase in global competition and consumer demands, which with higher level of turbulence and volatility in the marketplace, business, economics, and political environment are increasingly subjected to unexpected shocks and discontinuities that we all have witnessed about. As a result of these uncertainties, organizations today are faced with a number of challenges in supply chain, which includes amongst other the ability to meet up with changes in demand variability, service improvements, lowering inbound costs, improving on-time delivery, and shorter customer lead times. In order to survive, companies need to respond to ever-increasing levels of volatility in demand and focus their efforts upon achieving greater and result-oriented decision-making with use of data and analytics. Speaking about of data and analytics, which brings us to very first question, that how to improve supply chain decision-making by using data and analysis. So to throw some lights on this question, I would like to invite Mr. Rakesh Agarwal. So he has a very good insight and skills in and around of data analysis. So that is why I thought of asking Rakesh to put some lights on this question first.
Thanks,
Over to you, Rakesh.
Thanks, Ronit. Am I audible?
Yeah, very much.
Thanks a lot. So first of all, I would like to thank Eldon Global to organize this web conference, and happy to be part of this prominent leaders panel, basically. And so would like to start with something with the live experience what we carry so far, because see, ultimately data is something which every organization is revolved around, and in last 1 year everybody has seen this trend, because without data, I think working from home, it would not have been possible if you do not have access to the right data at right time. So data is something which is very important, but something like which we carry as an experience with the FMCG industry, specifically in the supply chain area. I think data points to capture at different levels is very, very important. And that's how we normally categorize this into different levels, and all the different levels of data points to be captured to flow the information from downside to upside and upside to downside. So all the different functions within supply chain should be connected enough. And that's how this data can improve the kind of service level in the supply chain side, because there might be different, what you can say, the objectives of having different improvements with the help of data analysis. So once you have the right set of data, I think you need to know how to utilize this data and how effectively you can convert this into a decision-making system. And for that, lot of so almost all the customers are having some or other systems, and they know they have access to their data. But how this data is pertaining to your key decision-making or key governance, I think that is very, very important. And that's how data analysis, when we categorize and with what you can say at FMCG specifically, we call it like when you have multi-level SKUs or multi-level operations involved in your supply chain side. I think you need to know that how to improve your forecast accuracy, because in current time, you cannot have excess inventory to one particular SKU. So you need to know that your XYZ classification of all your different SKUs, real time or dynamic classification or replenishment of your inventory is required. And for that purpose, I think data analysis is the key part. And in my keynote session also, I'm going to cover with one global fashion retailer, how they have improved with their supply chain resilience strategy, that using different data points flowing from your retailer or store to your distributor, and distributor to your plant and HO, basically. So all these information, if it is flowing in the right manner, and it can help you to improve your different objectives. So one objective can be service level, or another objective in logistics can be your OTIF %, that how you can improve your OTIF. Ultimately, the final objective can be your what you can say contributing to your revenue growth. So that's how this data analysis can help. Although I'm just a technology guy, I would like the key leaders who are actually expertise on this particular panel can elaborate more on how they are utilizing the data, different data which they have access to, and how they are able to convert this into a decision-making system.
Yeah.
Over to you, Ronnie.
Yeah, thank you, Rakesh. Because I know that key governance is very much required in the data when we speak about data, any data, be it supply chain, be it production, be it any point of given time, and the strategy or the resolutions are very much appreciated nowadays.
Yes.
And speaking about the resiliences, data analysis, I have a very good panelist along with us who has a very good experience in handling in ITC. So I would also like to give him an opportunity to share his experiences in and around of this using data and analysis and how to improve supply chain decision making. So I would invite Mr. Sanjay to share his experiences in and around of this question, and how to improve supply chain decision making, and what have you experienced, and how do you see it happening and revolving around. Over to you, Sanjay.
No, thanks, Ronit. So basically, I mean, I represent the FMCG business of ITC. And, since we operate across foods and personal care and many other categories, the challenge for us really is that when you have upwards of 80 or 90 factories, and when you have at any point in time, let's say 700 to 800 SKUs, and let's say at least a few thousand, including consumer promos and limited period SKUs, and you're trying to reach out to, let's say, 4.5 million or 5 million outlets on a weekly basis, then how do you really get the right data so that you don't end up losing sale or having too much of working capital blocked of your distributor or of your own organization? So I think one of the things which I think I'm sure a lot of other FMCG companies also doing is that initially, I mean, if you may, as you know, that a few years back, planning cycles in terms of S&OPs used to be monthly. Mm-hmm. And when you have a monthly S&OP, you have a much more variability in terms of demand forecasting, in terms of manufacturing. And what we have moved to now is that as you know, we operate with around 3,000 distributors, and each distributor will have a few 10, 15, 20 distributor salesmen who's going to 20, 30 outlets in a day and booking the orders for our biscuits or noodles or for our Sablon products. So each of them has a handheld. So what happens when a salesman is going to the market, he actually has a handheld. He's booking the order of the retailer, 3-piece biscuit, 5 piece, whatever atta, Ashirwad atta, he's booking it there, and that is getting live sync with the distributor. Or at the end of the day, it's getting sync with the distributor computer. So that every week, when we close the sale, we have visibility that how much secondary sales have happened, means how much tertiary sales has happened, and how much stock is lying with the distributor. Now, obviously, it doesn't happen for all the 3,000, 4,000 guys, but it happens for, I think, 80 to 90% of our sale, which is the larger markets. And due to which now what we have done is that our run, our MRP run or our SNOP run, it happens every week so that we are able to make as per the latest information. Now, obviously, such processes take time because there is ultimately a human being involved. It takes a few years to get that. But I think that if I think of an FMCG marketeer or as a manager versus a monthly thing, definitely it helps to reduce the variability in your forecasting. It helps to get in the latest information. It helps to not only plan manufacturing better, it also helps in better, let's say, ordering of raw material, not packaging material as much, because packaging material ka shelf life zyada hota hai. If you're making a noodle, then a maida has short shelf life, for example. So it also helps to manage the raw material better. So I think this is one thing which ITC has seen in the last few years when we move from a monthly cycle to a weekly or a 10-day cycle, depending on the product.
Yeah, very nicely, because I'm sure during this pandemic and getting a real-time visibility of the DP level inventory and ordering pattern would have helped in terms of getting the right product at right moment of time when it is actually needed for the billing. And one thing which I really liked, a shift from the monthly S&OP to weekly. So which in a way giving you a grip in terms of getting the right data awareness and taking action then and there. Very nicely explained, Mr. Sanjay. Thank you so much. Of course, so I will not leave, hearing about from a service provider point of view and from a experienced person like Sunanda. So she has a very good experience in and around how the logistics industries are evolving, and in a way, data and the analysis are also helping the supply chain functions in the customers and very vastly. So Sunanda, I would also invite you to share here that, how do you see improving supply chain decision making by using data and analysis? So,
Thank you so much, Ronit. And I think this is the reality we all are going through in the current era. Decision making through data has become very integral part of day-to-day operations in life now, unlike these times. Earlier, we used to mostly depend on output data, output performance of how the entire chain is going on. But I think things have changed, and the more apt thing is now to get into the each and every component data, into data, and how the inventory is coming in, how the entire processing is going in. So maybe at every touch point, there is a need to see the things and to analyze the things. That has changed the game possibly totally, because there is a need of doing things remotely, and when you do things remotely, the control factor leaps in far more rigorous as compared to the operations in day-to-day basis and the natural, possibilities. So I think those things have changed drastically. There is also a need of digitization to a large extent to data analysis. Reason being that not all the chain logistics and not on the steps on the logistics chain is currently so much visible through systems and everything else. So it is required that whatever steps we do, whatever data we flow into CRMs or anything to do with the customer's interaction, it needs to be in some form of electronic data, so that there is a need of digitization, and thereafter, if possibly required, artificial intelligence and automations can be used. We did a lot in last 2 years regarding these fields. I think it has also given us new benefits, because all the resources have the limited physical presence, apart from those who actually need to do the pull and push towards the logistics. And I think it is doing wonders. So yes, my vote would go for a lot of smart digitization and maybe looking at data from different perspective in all the chain prospects and not only on the output side of it.
Yeah, very well said, Sunanda. Because digitization it's itself is a very detailed, or is sky is the limit for the digitization. But
Absolutely.
yeah, but structuring it the way of need for the function or for the organization, that is where we should hit on the very much target levels. So very well said. uh, so before I move to the next question, I have one more experienced person in the panel, and I would like to ask him about his experiences, because he is handling a very good business. He is a business head for B2B for Dabur India. I would invite Sahil, just a quick 2-3 minutes about this. That how do you see improving supply chain in your domain, and by using data and analysis? Is there any expertise that you can throw in this?
Yeah,
Yes, Sahil.
thanks, Ronit. So actually, very well comprehensively covered by Mr. Singhal. And, he, laid out the complexities of FMCG in a very perfect manner. Just a couple of points in addition to that. I think what also, there are multiple reasons why you need data, and you need data analytical abilities. One is because of the sheer complexity of data, and the other is the sheer volume of data, right? So if you talk about the frontal echelons, which is your CFA onwards, you have so many distributors, let's say 2000 plus distributors, and then further retailers. So I think there's a lot of data, there's a lot of volume of data, right? So that volume needs to be catered to. So few things which probably we've done, I think, and another reason I think why there's a complexity is because in the current context, what has happened is a lot of companies have come up with a lot of products which are very contextual to the current scenario. So I think what happens, the inherent nature of a new product is that it is very high on variability. Right. So the moment a new product comes into system, what typically happens is that you need very, very close, monitoring of the data around that new product. And that is why probably most of FMCGs, including us, have also moved to or transpired to a weekly S&OP, and would perfectly agree to that. That I think that's a very, sensible way of approaching, because otherwise those NPD inventories would pile up exponentially. Second thing is, I think, again, from being, again, from a perspective of being associated with the front end sales, I'd like to mention that another aspect which probably was very critical for us was to service the customer in time. Now, what happens is that with most of these organized chains, you have PDPs or permanent dispatch days, planned days, as you call them, right? So in a month, if you probably have 2 PDPs also in a particular week, that gives you about 8 to 9 days of servicing in a particular month. And hence, every touch point before that particular day matters. So Dabur as an organization has also probably gone into automation of PO processing. So we had certain reason codes. We probably created a complete algorithm and logic around that particular process. And we are now in the process of rolling out, that kind of automation, which further reduces the delay time between, receipt of the PO to the delivery. I think that is also a very critical piece. Lastly, I think, the requirement of a particular tool cannot be denied in the current scenario. So I think that's another piece that we've worked upon. So integrated business planning tool implementation is something that we've covered in the in the year that has gone by. Yes, there are a lot of complexities, but I think that only prepares us more. When you implement something in a challenging environment, it only makes your implementation stronger, right? So I think these are few bits of information which I can share on it.
Yeah, thank you, Sahil. You rightly captured, because along with the inputs that Mr. Sanjay has shared, and the addition to that, asking about the PDP, MOQs, and creating an algorithm in and around, and making the faster delivery, and creating the visibility. That is something which is also getting adopted by most of the organizations, which was there analog on a manual basis. Now it is getting converted into an say automated reports. And thank you so much, Sahil, for the inputs.
Thanks, Ronit.
So before I move to the next question, one thing which I want to share, that it is not only enterprises with global recognition that have to implement through strategies. No matter the size of company, a supply chain strategy is must component of a overall business success. The key goal is to ensure high product and service quality to customers at a reasonable profit margin. That is what we really look for. The supply chain model of your company and the strategy are two interconnected nodes. So speaking about this strategy, which brings us to our next question, that what will be the new way to drive value in FMCG supply chain? It is a very detailed topic, and I would say pointer to discuss about. And to throw some lights, I would once again invite Mr. Sanjay Singhal from ITC to share some inputs about in and around that what will be the new way to drive the FMCG supply chain. Over to you, Mr. Sanjay.
No, thanks. So, I mean, see, obviously, I will talk about the foods business.
Yeah.
And I mean, what I want to first say is that, I mean, if I look at our larger businesses, you're talking about a 5 rupee snack, a 5 rupee bingo snack, or a 10 rupee bingo snack, or a 10 rupee Yippee Nibble, or a 5 rupee pack of biscuit of Sunfeast. So, the challenge there is that the transportation cost, given India's large width and geography, can be very, very large as compared to the margin you will earn or the MRP you are giving. So I think the one big thing unlock that is required is really local manufacturing. I mean, because that is how you are able to react faster to demand changes. And number two, you're also able to keep your costs of transportation, etc., under control. It helps both ways. So, which is what any food company does. And we also have, I think, 80, 90 factories which are making our food products. I think that is one big thing which really helps. So the second thing really is that when you have a local manufacturing, how do you ensure that you maximize your sale in that geography? So the second part of the supply chain and the business part is really that you try to then do micro marketing activities. Let's say you set up a plant in Bengal, and then you really focus on ensuring that you fill up the capacity of that plant and get the 100% capacity utilization. So, which also means that not only the supply chain team has to be actually helped by the marketing team and the sales team to have a factory specific plan of marketing and sales for the geography. So, because otherwise, typically, Sahil talked about, and when you work for a few years, typically you'll find that sales is running in one direction, saying that I have to grow sales. Marketing is running in a different direction. They're doing a TV ad from the top, which is going nationally. But actually, when you start looking at what are the costs that come to your P&L, I mean, one is obviously the marketing cost. Other one really is your capacity cost. And unutilized capacity is just waste. So some of our categories, we have started looking at saying that, okay, I have a capacity in Punjab for atta. What can I do to get 100% capacity utilization from a sales and a marketing perspective?
Absolutely. Because one thing which I really noticed that, going local and localizing eventually cut down your transportation time and cost, and specific to this lockdown period that we have experienced for past year, I also sense that the going very much nearer to your nodes is very much required. So, and that is again, it's going to add some values to your supply chain, and in fact in FMCG supply, I would say. Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjay. So we have one more gentleman who is Shonik Goyal. So he has a good experience in Bajaj Consumer. So Shonik, what do you think about that? How do we see value in FMCG supply chain? Is there any change in the pattern or anything that you see?
See, I'll agree with what Sahil has said, and I'll also agree with what Sanjay has mentioned. Localization of production, like localization of manufacturing, is something which worked for us as well, right? We were primarily 3 years down the line, we were a primarily north-heavy organization, right? Having manufacturing setups in Dehradun, in Paonta Sahib, and in Parwano. In 2017, we started operations in Guwahati, right? So we started catering eastern part of the country as well as central part of the country from Guwahati. Right. Then last year, we also moved our manufacturing to Vadodara, right? Catering the western and the southern part of the country from Vadodara. So now what is happening is Paonta is catering to the northern requirement as well as some part of UP, right? And then Guwahati is catering to the eastern part of the country as well as the central part of the country, and Vadodara is catering to the western and the southern part of the country. Right. This was a savior for us during lockdown. See, lockdown happened, with just a flick of a second, right? 21st March, the lockdown was announced, right? So we had about 30 odd vehicles stuck up stuck up midway, right, on the roads, right? And the factories stopped working. So whatever inventories we had at the depot levels, we sort of started exhausting those inventories, and I mean, by the mid of April, the first challenge was getting the depots open, right? So we opened the depots, right, and we exhausted the inventory at the depots. But thanks to our transporters, they all supported us, and thanks to the government rulings, and every day something or the other was coming from MHA, right? So they allowed the transit vehicles to reach the destination. That's what helped us. That's what propelled our sales in April. And thankfully, by end of April, our manufacturing factories got permission to operate in a limited environment, and that's how, you know. And we also launched a sanitizer, right, which was a COVID specific product, which gave us enough, you know, enough headroom in the market that our vehicles were not stopped. Our manufacturing setup continued operating, and with the start of May, we were by and large up and running to about 80% of our capacity. Right now, the important thing, this is fine. This is what happened. The important thing was, we've been working on a network strategy. We are a very traditional sort of a company, been in business for about 70, 75, 80 years. So we have a traditional mindset, right? So the mindset was, we operate with 28 odd depots, right? Each state, one depot, right? So 2017, when the GST got implemented, so we started working on a depot rationalization strategy. South is not a big market for us because obviously coconut oil is something that sells there. So, you know, we started depot rationalization with the least risk market. We closed down 3 depots. We were operating with 5 depots, and we only are now operating 5 southern states with only 2 depots. We similarly underwent a rationalization in northern part of the country, and we are only having one big mother warehouse at Ambala and one supplementary depot in Saboli. We are catering to all northern states from there. Now, we hired professional people to run our business, right? Plus, we made our depots best in class with palletization, with SAP implemented, right? To ensure that when a calamity comes, or tomorrow, today we are primarily an almond drop hair oil company, right? Tomorrow, when the SKU complexity starts, right, we should be ready. We should be up and running. And it really, you know, gives me a sense of pride that we were one of the first movers during lockdown. We were one of the first people who opened our depots. By 14th of April, we were back to 60% of our operating, you know, of our depots were open. 60% of our depots were opened. But for a couple of depots in UP, which opened in May, but we were up and running, and we did not have a single sale loss. If the sales guy is in the market during the COVID times, we did not disappoint him. We serviced him. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. So one thing which I really like, that depot rationalization and hiring a professional, service providers to manage the warehouses, which eventually and maintaining the relationship with the service providers during such period, and that has given you.
And you know, that's where we captured a lot of data. That's where we captured data. And certainly speaking, customer demand is something which is very erratic. You don't have that. You don't see that periodicity in the customer demand today. You know, every now and then the customer demand is changing, and gone are those days when you could say to people that, yeah, your forecast was 100 cases. I have given you 120 cases. Agar usko 100 ke badle, if he has to sell 500 cases, or if he has to sell 1000 cases, you have to give him.
Yeah.
That's where nimbleness and lean. Weekly SNOP is the way forward.
Yeah. Thank you, Shaunik. We missed your last bit, but I could relate that it is in and around of the rationalization and the relation between the service providers and monthly to weekly shift into the SNOPs. So that I could get. Before I move to the next, so I just wanted to share something, that your supply chain primary function is to take your products from creation to delivery. That is what we really want. But it can also provide you a competitive advantage within your industry and with your customers. That is what Shaunik was referring to. From start to finish, your supply chain offers opportunities to spearhead innovation, maximize organizational savings, boosting company profits, and positively impacting your customers' experience with your brand. And now, when I'm speaking about leveraging your supply chain for a competitive advantage, it brings to our very much next question. So the next question that I have for the panelists is that how do you design and manage supply chain for a competitive advantage? And the competitive advantage. So that is something that which is in itself is a very good in-depth questions to be put across. And to throw some lights, I would invite once again Mr. Ashok Kumar to the panel and share his insight that how do you design and manage supply chains for a competitive advantage. I know that some part of it Sonik has already covered, but a few things from Ashok sense would like to hear it.
Okay, good afternoon. Is it am I audio clear?
Yes.
Because I make some shifts
Yeah,
in the
it is
audio equipments and all that.
clear,
Okay.
clear.
Okay. So I'm taking on from what my esteemed panelists have talked about. I think at the end of the day, it's all about delivery. It's about providing the correct right service levels at the right cost. Right. That's all about. Right.
Mhm.
So when you talk about design and managing supply chains, the design plays a very important role in terms of. So the design will have to decide whether you are designing it for cost or designing it for service level or designing it for both. Now, times have gone that it is a this or that. It's both now, right?
Yeah.
We need to make sure that there is a service level and you also deliver the right kind of cost. So I'll take it in two pieces. First one, let's talk about the designing a supply chain for deliveries, right? For service level. Now, the critical thing here is to understand that I think gone are the days where supply chain used to become, be a cost center kind of a thing, where we try to make sure that the profitability is maximized in the supply chain, in the organization. Right? I think increasingly what we are seeing is people are watching supply chain as an enabler for business. Enabler for business means how are you doing to drive top line? Okay. Now, once you get the top line right, you'll also automatically they'll come back to you and say, how do you manage the bottom line? But that's secondary. Okay. I think there has been a Gartner study, a few years back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. There's a Gartner study a few years back which talked about every unit fill rate improvement, which means if you move the fill rate by about 10 percentage points, your 3% of revenue improvement will happen in the system. Okay, so it's not that everything, if you improve 10%, you get 10%, but 3% improvement in fill rate happens, right? So that's a critical thing to look at when you are retooling your supply chain, when you're looking at designing a supply chain. Okay, the question is really whether you have set up a supply chain for success or not. So that's the first part of it. Okay, so I would say, therefore, look at things from outside in perspective than inside out, which means when a customer wants something, okay, you have a growing omni-channel situation in the country, which is very different from what you normally do with mom and pop stores in terms of servicing. Okay, we are very, very used to, we are champions in terms of servicing that, right? Because we got MOQs, we got everything run. Okay, but here is an animal which is coming in and growing exponentially. How do you design and develop a supply chain, for that new entity? I think COVID has really taught us that. Okay. Yeah. COVID has taught us that when the kirana shops had closed down, and the modern trade also was still coming back, to terms with this thing because footfalls are a problem. I think the omni-channel is one which really picked up, right? Because everybody was depending on home deliveries and all that. So the first movers, on the client side, and first movers on the business side, who were able to get there and deliver that, So we moved from a DC delivery. We are not doing DSD deliveries. DSD deliveries means direct store delivery, right? In the case of e-com, it could be dark store deliveries, right? So we moved very quickly in terms of operating, and we are not used to that model, mind you, because we are a traditional FMCG company, and where we have a very high share of general trade. Okay, and that's where the focus is. And but these adversity, created an opportunity in us to make sure that we are nimble-footed in terms of changing our retooling our supply chain. That's what okay, to cater to the needs of the customer. Okay, thereby reaching millions of consumers. Because ours is a very generic, essential commodity. Okay, so that is one. Okay, so sorry. So the second part is about while we are doing that. So I just touched upon the service part of it. I think service is paramount, designing is paramount, right? It's about the second part, which is this and that, right? It's about cost containment. Okay, cost containment is all about how effective are you in terms of cost management. Okay, so again, I think the departure from cost efficiency to cost effectiveness. Okay, cost efficiency is basically, I would say, that individual silos working on costs and delivering their best efficient model. While that's good, it may not be the best from a point of view of managing this for the competitive advantage. Because what you want is an organization objective. What you want is the entire supply chain not working with individual objectives, but with the common objectives and a give and take approach in terms of total delivered cost model. Okay, so if I have to compromise on some efficiencies and give an overall efficiency to the organization, I need to do that. Okay, and I have to keep that service lens in mind. Right. So I think that is the second part. I just take a couple of minutes, please, if I have the time. About the third element, which is inventory. Okay, I think COVID has also taught us that less is more. Okay, I think we heard the previous panelists talk about depot opening in the early during the pandemic and started servicing there, and I'm sure you'd have experienced that the depletion of inventory started happening, right? So it taught us how to live with less and provide that similar experience to the consumer. Okay, similar. I wouldn't say same, but similar. Okay, so therefore, right sizing of inventory is critical. And right sizing of inventory, I think also I think a lot of technology players are, your title sponsor, Anaplan, including, has been, really looking aggressively in terms of acquiring customers because there is an increased need for increased attraction to look at inventory differently from what it was earlier, because it not only reduces improves working capital, but it has another element of reducing obsolescence, all those sort of things. Okay, so I think to summarize, I think redesign and retooling of supply chain for competitive advantages is not a luxury anymore. I think you have to, if you are not doing that, somebody else will come there and get their act right.
Yeah, very
so
very much.
That's what I have to say.
Yeah, very, very much detailed explanation, Ashok, I would say, because it's covered the main things which enabling supply chain automation, enabling agile process for improvements, and cultivating team innovation in and around of these factors where that we can design and manage supply chain. Thank you so much putting an insight on this. I would also like to hear from Mr. Sridhar. So he's heading this the functions at Kellogg's. So, Sridhar, is there anything how do you see, designing and managing supply chain for a competitor? I know that Ashok has covered, most of it, but still, is there anything that you want to add on to this question? Sridhar.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yeah, very much audible, Sridhar.
Oh, thank you. I think, the esteemed panelists have voiced out. I would like to add some 3 or 4 dimensions to it. I think when we look at supply chain designing, I think the first and foremost objective of supply chain is to, revenue maximization. I think that's the way I would like to look at. I think we are the critical enabler in maximizing the revenue, though we are not from sales. Okay. How do we improve that revenue maximization is by making sure that we deliver, the innovations at speed. I would say that innovation at speed. That's number one. And also we look at the seasonality at such, some of the products may have a high seasonality. So we keep looking at the avenues of demand sensing. So 2 more elements like, you estimate a demand basis your historical, run rates. Another piece is probably you also look at, is there a specific local festival and then where you sense an opportunity to serve to the demand. So the demand sensing how do we contribute to those demand sensing signals, and that's how we enable the revenue maximization. So it drives to a totally a different mindset of a forecast based service model to a replenishment based demand driven supply chain. I think that's where COVID has given us an opportunity to serve to this paradigm of moving from a forecast based model of service to a completely demand led replenishment cycle. And like Mr. Sanjay pointed out about insourcing and outsourcing, looking at localization strategy, so that the overall cost to serve really keeps the whole network to be on agile state. We're looking at demand sensing, looking at design variabilities, looking at supply disruptions, quickly adjusting to your supply models so that bases the demand. And the omni channel, right? The whole purchasing pattern of consumer has completely changed when we looked at the pandemic. The pandemic initially started, the local store is a winner in the first few weeks. Then it is slowly the modern trade is opened. Slowly the e-retail has become quite extensively moved inroads into power towns. It's no more an urban fancy. Today they are into power towns. If you look at Flipkart has added almost 50 odd the supply centers, the last leg, the last third mile delivery that they call it. So the e-retail channel, that how do we look at? That's the first piece in terms of how supply chain is designed to revenue maximization. I think that's we have a very critical role to play in enabling the sales to function efficiently. That is where I would like to call our designs have to enable that revenue maximization to happen. The second is a continual improvement activities. This CFRs, freshness, looking at today it's more and more demanding. The modern trade is asking to at least to have an 80% shelf life available for them. So the agility piece in terms of make to serve. Okay, so how do we demand estimation and make to serve rather than serve to make? Okay, so there is a very clear mandate. This is a where the demand is going to be sensed out, and how do I adjust my back end in terms of make and the planning cycle to deliver to that demand, and making sure that I'm not going to give a miss on one case even sale loss, right? I think that's one. And how do I when I looked up upon the continual improvement initiatives, how do I realize the one touch? See, every touch in supply chain add to the cost. So it is how do I bypass certain channels of service like modern trade? Can it be served from my supply point rather than going through a CFA and coming out? If I look at order maximization or vehicle maximization or route maximization or truck optimization, the density improvement initiatives, like if I am serving from this particular warehouse, can I reduce the overall footprint? Because we know very clearly today my cost of real estate is premium. So how do I improve density? Can I move vertically rather than looking at horizontal space? Because horizontal space is premium today, and India is still demand to be the highest real estate holding cost. So hence how do I look at density as an important vertical in terms of the overall footprint that I need to serve to my consumer demands? So that is another piece I want to. And third important piece is the relationship matrix. Supply chain is all about relationships between our suppliers, vendors, to our third party operators. So COVID has really stands out as the need of the pandemic, right? So whole it's a black swan event. No one knows where and how it has happened. So the relationships have really come in play. The statutory were responding to like anything. Shaunik was talking about, he reversed the whole embracing the new normal and coming into the business in 60% of the time by April. And in my experience, within 2 days, we brought back the entire business back on roads. 23rd March is where, we had a challenge with respect to the Prime Minister announcing 25th March. I have seen 50% of my depots operating in India. And we are started to, serving to the bowls of joy. So again here, the digitization, how it helps in terms of building the relationships, in terms of, having some kind of geotagging to our vehicles, so that we can spot, oh, so-and-so driver is got stuck and there is no food available for him. So I have a CFA very, very close to say 25 kilometers away from the driver. Can I make the CFA to carry that food and give it to him? Because such basic need was lapsed in when the pandemic has opened. So this technology, we utilized it. In fact, we used to pack the food and give it to the drivers too when they go. Okay, So the next nearest point you are going to go is 8 hours from the place where you are going to start. So you please carry this food, and it is not going to perish, and it is have a high nutrition value, right? So that's how, the technology we deploy to not only to address the basic needs of the human being, but also to keep the relationship across. The cost is not minimal. It is it is a human phase of that. I think that's the second one. And second is that the last piece is the whole of the the people have talked about the diagnostics and using the data, how the data can help you in terms of looking at the way you want to look at. Here I just want to bring another element. Fit to purpose digitization is the most important thing. What fits to your need? So what's the target that you wanted to have? Is it the freshness? Is it the revenue maximization? Is it the cost to serve? Is it the inventory, or is it the whole are you a preferred customer for the channel that you are going in? So these are the 5 or 6 elements probably would decide in terms of stating the purpose, and are we doing the purpose for which the organization is existing, and are we marrying that purpose alive so that we not only take some tactical calls to fight something like a pandemic, but also we strategically drive that for creating the competitive advantage at the marketplace. These are the few elements I would like to add, Rohit.
No, thank you, Sridhar. In fact, you have covered most of the things of my next question about the logistics competitive advantage. And the one thing which I really like that the supply chain is the enablers or the revenue maximizer for, I would say. And of course, there is a continuation in improvements is very much required in the functions per se. While we discussed for supply chain, it gives me an opportunity to touch base on its logistics function also, which you covered itself. But still, I would like to hear in and around of logistics functions and competitive advantage to it from the logistics expert itself. So I would like to invite once again Sunanda onto the screens. So Sunanda, how can an organization build a competitive advantage through its logistics function? But how do you look around it? So over to you, Sunanda.
Yeah, so I was hearing very logical points mentioned by all the gentlemen. I was keenly listening to all of them. What is required for us maybe to change the mindset completely? It is as simple as like we are preparing ourselves for this COVID situations. We are investing in new things, new infrastructure. Who bothered that whether we had high-speed Wi-Fi's and secluded working places and all those things at home. Similarly, in logistics industry, I think we'll have to see a completely different outlook wherein it is not about cost saving or only being efficient or only maintaining our top lines and bottom lines. It is also looking at the right investments to be done. If we need it, we should get into smart sorting systems like pull systems, push systems, fill systems. We should get into something which is smart card trading methodology. We should get into the network identifications wherever required. So I think it is also required to see the balance that what needs to go out and what needs to come in as an investment and completely redesign the new process. What we are currently maybe operating on is improving and being more efficient with the current supply chain processes and logistics processes. But maybe at this time, the need of the hour is to completely redesign the new process, wherein we see that what is required by the customer, what is required by the process as new complete, renewed cycle. So that's how I'll mention that people who are smart enough, organizations who are smart enough, they do the right investments and can gain that competitive edge for sure in these times.
Yeah, very rightly mentioned, because the redefining processes as per needs is very much required. And while we travel during the journey, we come across many processes which is required, which is not required, which we can be shifted to automated way, or which can continue the way it is. So very correctly mentioned, Sunanda. Before I move to next question, I will still ask one more insight from Mr. Sanjay Singhal once again, because Sanjay, how do you design and manage supply chain as well as logistics from a competitive advantage point of view? So I'm mixing two questions together to you, Sanjay. I know that you can answer both in one go.
So I will give a very different example now. I think me and the gentleman from Dabur and Kellogg's, we talked about FMCG, which has 3 week, 4 week, 6 month shelf life. Now, recently, under our Ashirwad brand, we entered the fresh dairy business. Of course, where Amul and Mother Dairy have been there for years. And there is a different level of supply chain. And I think the gentleman from, Mr. Sridhar, he talked about the human element of supply chain. And that is where human element comes in. So we have 4 factories in east of India, where every day we are selling 2-day shelf life pouch milk, pouch curd, pouch lassi under Ashirwad to 30 markets in Bihar and Bengal. And there it's a different level of supply chain and logistics, because the milk is being bought by ITC from, let's say, 10,000, 12,000 farmers in the morning and evening from a few hundred villages. It has to come to my district centers. It has to then come to my factories. And the same milk has to be converted into pouch milk and sold within 12 hours. So can you imagine that versus a biscuit or atta, where you can keep the raw material for a few months, you can keep the shelf life as 6 months. You are talking about right from the farm to the consumer in not more than 36 hours. And that is not going to be solved largely by very, very fancy systems. It is solved by basic Excels, by basic WhatsApp. And not only us, Mother Dairy and Amul have been doing it for years. I think it is basic ingenuity of the human and the coordination. I think Mr. Sridhar talked about the human element. I think the human element of supply chain is very important, because a marketeer can make an ad after 6 months of research, and he can run it for 3 years and the brand is done. But supply chain is a lot of hard work, logistics of supply chain, and it is a lot of sweat. It is a lot of, I think, coordination, and it is the sheer, day in and day out of executional excellence between logistics and supply chain that make things happen. And to me, as someone who's worked in FMCG for a few years, I think the milk supply chain has been, which we've created in the last 2-3 years, which Amul has done for many years, is a revelation on how you work 24/7 and you get things done.
Yeah, absolutely. Because human share his insights to Mr. Shonik Goyal once again. Shonik, what do you think in and around the getting the competitive advantage through its logistics function or through the entire supply chain? How do you think about it, Shonik? Just a quick.
It's important that, as a logistics function, we continuously keep scaling up. Right now, gone are those days when you get a cyclical ordering trend, right? And gone are those days when you could always refuse to the customer that boss, order quantity is very less. We don't service less than 20 cases or 25 cases. Today, if you do that, you are bound to lose, right? So that's where logistics scalability comes in, right? You need to today scale up your network so that you even deliver an order of 10 cases. Right now, yes, cost is one part of it. That 10 cases, you have to service 10 cases, your probably cost will go up. But then you have to be scalable enough to offset that, right? Be it multimodal transportation, or you get into more business partners like Swiggy, Denzo, or maybe Porters of the world. You have to continuously revamp your logistics setup, revamp your transport, right? And talking about human angle, I would also like to add that during this pandemic, we got in touch with all our last mile distributors. We called up. We have 1,900 distributors across the country, and every day in and day out, we would speak to those customers whether they are getting our material. We even underwent launches of sanitizers. We even underwent launches of some other SKUs into the Amla and into the Brahmi Amla product range. And we took first-hand feedback. Everybody from Bombay office and from the regional offices was constantly in touch with our distributors. Right? That's where we got very, very positive feedback from our distributors, our customers about this.
Very nice. So which eventually has added into your interactions with the logistics functions per se.
You get a real-time feedback from your customer about whether they are getting the material on time, whether there are damages, whether there are shortages, whether there are breakages, right? How is the packaging? How is the product? Right? How is the efficacy of the transporter? You get a first-hand feedback.
Yeah.
Right? That's what enables you to improve.
Yes,
It's a
absolutely.
constant feedback. It's a continuous.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Shonik. It is a great insight that we got. How do we say manage or design the supply chain in and around supply chain or to the logistics functions. But when supplying customer, yeah.
Punit, I just want to add one or
Yeah,
two
yeah. Please,
elements if the
Sridhar.
time permits. Yeah, I think the important element in logistics is the reverse logistics function, right? How do we maximize the whole two-way movement instead of looking at one-way movement? I think that's one element where the synergies between two companies can come in play, right? I can't mention a couple of names here, but we had collaborated with few of the companies here where we looked at in the pandemic because the number of vehicles that itself is available is small. We looked at reverse logistics in a big way at that point of time. In fact, we made the reverse logistics work for us, okay, and we made sure that we conserve the cost, we optimize the service. That's number one, and number two is probably that another thing is a kind of the load maximization principle that we optimize. The mix of the vehicle, the mix of the SKUs, and the shared warehouses concept. Like if a non-competing industries can make the same warehouse space can be utilized. What is seasonal for one company cannot be a seasonal for another company, and vice versa. You can actually get into a kind of a synergic benefit between two non-competing industries, and still make the reverse logistics work for that. I think that could be also a potential element to look forward, especially less is more, what Mr. Ashok was pointing it out at that one point of time. With the less that we have got, probably we can utilize it in more efficient way. That's the only thing I want to add. I'm sorry if I have taken.
No. That's absolutely fine, Sridhar. Because in fact, it relates to my very next question, which is the topic that intelligent load and route management for higher efficiency. So of course, when we supplying to customers or delivering goods, the goal is optimal route planning, and this understood to mean minimizing the total cost of the vehicle fleet while maintaining a specified performance level or achieving the highest possible performance standards within a specified budget. Yeah, daily questions such as which customer are supplied on which route is selected for this trip, and which vehicle are to be used have to be answered anew. So that is what changing trend that we have seen. I know. The best, the next point that I had, which in and around that, how do we see it happening? The intelligent load and route management for higher efficiency. I know that you have covered a few part of it, but still, if there is anything that you want to add more before I go to next panelist, Sridhar.
I think I'm good.
All
So
right.
I think we would allow.
All right. Thank you. So on the same terms, I would like to invite once again Mr. Ashok Kumar. So as I mentioned, Ashok, that the optimal route planning and the intelligent load formation and for the higher efficiency. How do you think around that unit is evolving, and is there any insight that you can share with us, please? Over to you. You will have to unmute Ashok, please.
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah. Clear.
Okay. My apologies about some noise in the background. Moving from one place to another place to manage the situation. So you have to bear with me. So the thing is, front-end supply chain, right? That's what we're talking about. The subject we're talking about is how do you make sure that your front-end supply chain is most efficient. Okay. I think with the COVID-19 situation coming up, and there was an opportunity in the adversity. That's what I would say. You see a lot of, because you need to also, we heard about, 20 cases being delivered, 10 cases being delivered, omni-channel queuing up, etc. I think what's happened is it forced us to think in terms of how do you bring efficiency. Okay. So what do you need to do? You need to make sure that your equipment is utilized to the maximum, whatever equipment you're using. Okay. It could be a partner's equipment, but you partner with them. You look about cross collaboration. We heard somebody talking about it in terms of how do you optimize your runs. You need to look at milk runs to see whether you can do more efficient loading. So basically, if you break it into 3 parameters, okay, it's about how do I upsize my equipment. Okay, how do I upsize the equipment? It depends on the kind of customer you're catering to. Okay, the same equipment, how do I generate more efficiency?
Yeah.
Other one is, how do I select the right equipment for the right purpose? Okay. And third is, how do I make sure that my miles which I run are productive miles? Okay. I think it's all fashionable to say all these things, but how do you do it? The implementation of this is not so easy. But at the same time, what is happening now is there are emergence of a lot of the transport management system players into foray now, and I think what's happening is with the help of digitizing the subcontinent supply chain, one can look at the data on what's happened today. I mean, you have a baseline, create a baseline in terms of where are you today, and look at look at an outside-in perspective in terms of moving from a one-size-fit-all to catering to the specific requirements of the customer and bringing the most efficient model there. Okay, so route efficiency. We have a process called zero-day inventory, which means your distributors don't carry inventory. No? I'm not talking about every distributor, but there is a DI model which is well established. It's available in the public domain. So what happens with the DI is, you do a order taking at the market. You do a D-2, which means 2 days prior to that, you take an order today, you deliver it the day after. Okay, but then there's no inventory. It's almost like just in time running through and through. Okay, so you reduce the working capital of the thing. Now, to enable all these things, we need technology to support the backend. Now, we also need to ensure that we are a very fragmented transportation industry. It is not so sophisticated like in the Western world. So you need low-tech solutions for some of these things. Right? You can have a backend with a transport management system with a control tower capability to manage the entire traffic. You also need a low-end supply chain to, even if a non-smartphone track and trace may be enabled to make sure that you know what's going on, right? You know what is going on, you can use data to improve their efficiency. So, route management, less miles, and equipment, ensuring that you maximize the utilization, etc., are key to do this. And now it is even possible because there is an emergence of PMS players in the system.
Yeah, very, very, very well explained, Ashok, I would say, because the route optimization or route management, I would say it's a very good, platform when we have the TMS in place, which, or if we don't have TMS, we have some or the other tools to manage the route mapping for us and to give us the right optimized level of, say, route mapping or route deliveries or milk run or a lot of things which is in and around. Thank you so much, Ashok, for throwing some light on it. Before I move to the end, there is another question which I would request each of the panelists to, switch on their videos and, before they answer the next question. The pandemic has increased uncertainty to a level never seen before in supply chains. Demand patterns are all over the place. Supply lines are disrupted. Lead times are uncertain. We see a lot of troubles on lead times not meeting on time. And there are many changes which has been already done in your logistics. And before we come to an end of our panel discussions, we, as including me and including all the fellow panelists, would like to understand what has permanently changed due to COVID-19 in your logistics. And I'm sorry to give you a fixed time for this to answer, just a quick 1.5 minute each for each individuals, and just to share about what has permanently changed to COVID-19 in your logistics. So to answer this, I would first request Mr. Shonik Goyal from Bajaj Consumer. Over to you, Shonik, please.
So I think first and foremost is e-com, right? Ordering through e-com is going to stay, right? It's not that tomorrow everything opens fully, the ordering. Secondly, ordering pattern has changed. For us, particularly, large packs have done very well during the COVID. So it could be that, consumer is trying to buy the larger product for, utilization for a long period of time, right? That could be one. Next is, I think the overall scalability of logistics, which I said earlier also. I think today, if you ask me, we are more nimble-footed supply chain. We are more nimble-footed logistics team. We don't say no. Customer for us is a king, right? And while everybody speaks that language, now we've actually started living that. Post the COVID thing, we started living that, right? So each and every order, be it be within MOQ, be it be out of MOQ, is important for us, right? We've onboarded new transporters to ensure our service lead times reduce, right? So, in a nutshell, if I have to summarize, e-com has come up big time. It is gonna stay. Then ordering patterns have changed. So as a result, our overall supply chain, our planning, our demand planning, our manufacturing, everything has undergone a paradigm shift.
Yeah.
Right?
Which is driving these days, e-com, ordering pattern, and scalability of logistics.
You are no longer linear. You are no longer monolithical. You are now a diverse kind of a supply chain, right? Having multiple customers, right? You're trying to cater to all those customers. E-com for us is a very small business. For us was a very small business. Today, e-com is improving for us.
Yeah.
Right? It's becoming a sizable, part of the modern trade, alternate trade channels. Right. So and obviously their expectation is next day delivery. So in a traditional supply chain setup, you can't do that.
That's correct.
Right. So if you have to, cater to multiple channels, cater to multiple requirements of customers, your supply chain, your logistics also needs to calibrate.
Yep.
Right. So yes, e-com is something which is going to stay. Demand patterning is very erratic. Demand pattern is undergoing a lot of change.
Yeah.
Right. And the human part of it is also very, very important. I think we've traveled leaps and bounces. Our management, the way we've interacted with our suppliers, the way we interacted with our service providers, the way we have, given rewards and recognitions to the people on the ground, people at the depots, to the transporters, right? To the, people who are responsible for our last mile deliveries. We've kept them motivated. We've continuously communicated with them. Not even for a single day during the entire COVID-19 pandemic, the communication cycle has stopped.
Absolutely, Shaunik. I would say the points that you have mentioned, which is very much visible in the industry also. Sorry to cut you short, but the e-com, which
I would just one more point. One is that is real time data.
Yeah. So data,
That's very important. We have constantly been updating our sales team, our distributors about where their material is, when is it going to reach. That's where we've utilized WhatsApp. Practically, we've utilized WhatsApp.
Yeah. In fact, we discussed during our first question itself, the data and the analysis when we were talking about. So yeah, real time data. So these 4 or 5 things has really helped it and is reflecting on a permanent change basis. Thank you, Shaunik, and please keep your video switched on because we are going to while we connect to the other one. The next one, which I would request, just a quick 1 minute, Sahil, that is there anything that you see a permanent shift or change in logistics, if not covered by Shaunik, and if you think that it has been done for your organization?
Sure. So, Ronit, I'll very quickly sum it up. I think I'll just extend e-com to omni-channel. I think it's the omni-channel concept which is overall becoming very relevant. It's B2B, B2C, B2B2C, and B2A, right? So it's a complex framework. Second thing is, I think what has become very relevant in a COVID kind of situation is a microcosm-led planning. Right. Earlier, your planning used to probably happen at certain levels, but now within a particular state, let's say Maharashtra, also how Vidarbha would behave and rest of Maharashtra and Mumbai would behave was very different because the scenario keeps on changing with respect to time. Second thing is with the vast expanse of with the complexity of omnichannel and expanse of distributors, I think a very strong secondary and demand point led planning has become very relevant. So I think that's its relevance has increased like never before. Lastly, I think what happens is with these events like COVID, the inflationary effect on essential commodities and all is at times not in your control. So I think a good and secured planning around that becomes very, very, very vital. How can you actually curb the impact? To what best extent you can curb the inflationary impact on such essential products? Because what has happened basically is that the discretionary products have become less relevant and the essential products became more relevant. So all of a sudden, there was a certain focus on a certain category of products and commodities. So that is a switch that you need to, very nimble-footedly make. Yeah. So that's my bit.
Thank you, Sahil. Please keep your video switched on. So before I move to the next panelist, I just cutting down the time for you as well now. So it's just 30 seconds. Please take 30 seconds to just give one or two different permanent change that you have seen in logistics. So over to you, Sridhar, for anything that you want to share, which you think like a permanent change due to COVID-19 in your logistics. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the two aspects what stayed us is how do we look at circular economy as a concept. Okay, when we look at revenue maximization, it is looking at circular economy, how the partners would get benefit, why we wanted to keep the wheels of economy going. So I think that's one. The whole the revenue maximization, looking at working capital optimization and the cycles. That's number one. And number two is, like my fellow panelists has said, omni-channel. Okay, omni-channel is where the whole demand sensing, that is an opportunity that we have put in. Hence, we moved from a forecast-based model to a demand-led model, demand-driven supply chain. I think that is going to stay with us because that has helped us to optimize our overall inventory turns in the business, whether it is on RM side, raw material, packaging material side, or finished goods side. Our cycle, our cash conversion cycle has become better if we moved on to demand sensing and serving to the demands, looking at omni-channel as an opportunity. I think these two things largely contributing to circular economy, and second is the omni-channel service to revenue maximization. I think these two are not going to be changed.
Yeah. Thank you, Sridhar. Rakesh, sorry to keep you waiting for long, but I have only 30 seconds for you. If you the shift that you see, I know that. Yeah,
I think I would like to add up whatever the fellow panelist has said already. But the one thing is the linearity in the forecast will not remain as it is, because you have to add the human angle and all lot of external factors which might affect your demand sensing. So demand forecast is the key, which is the key input before you actually get into your production or a dispatch or a distribution. Wherever you see the optimization requirement, but your demand should be captured rightly. And for that, multivariate regression modeling or different kind of algorithms should be used. And the second is the localization is something which is going to happen when you see the logistics change, because the kind of ecosystem which every company has to build upon. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to serve the end customer if you don't have a depots near to these local territories. So that's these are the 2 points.
In fact, one thing which I really noticed is the shift from a manual to auto mode. So the
completely
data shift is also
yes. That's from my side. Thanks.
Thanks, Rakesh. Sunanda, is there anything, just quick 10 seconds, anything that you feel like sharing in the that permanently changing due to COVID-19?
Enough has been said on the smart methods. The only one thing I'll like to add is the entire business continuity planning strategy has been changed in the forward-looking times, because COVID is, while COVID will be over again, there has to be the new strategy, new planning and everything. Gone those days, one disaster management PCP plan is enough as a plan B. Nobody could really figure out that it could move on an year or more. So I think, yes, business continuity management and planning as a framework itself will undergo a lot of change permanently.
Thank you, Sunanda, and thank you for summing it in on time. So over to you, Sanjay. Is there anything that you want to add, because we are already over our time, but just
two things, I think, very quickly. One is flexibility and multi-skill training. So what we have done is we have integrated food factories. So can a person who's running secondary packaging, or let's say the recipe of juices, he is able to go and make a biscuit on the biscuit line. Because somebody talked about essential, non-essential. I think the other part is retooling your line so that you make multiple products. So now our cookie line, which makes our Sunfeast cookies, has been re-engineered. It can also make a Mari biscuit. It's a technical challenge because your supply demand is not only about, it's about your back-end systems and people being able to work across different lines and different product categories altogether.
Okay. All right. So I will not leave you, Ashok. Just quick one, one input. Just quick one for in 10 seconds. Is anything that you want to share?
Nothing to add really. I think everybody has spoken about it. I would want to say one thing. That is, in the whole thing, when everything remaining the same, it's a relationship. The people will make sure that your partners in the ecosystem will decide whether you stand or you fall.
Yeah.
That's all I want to say.
Thank you so much, Ashok. So thank you so much, panelists. Please keep your video switched on and just a smiling face to to capture our panel in our records as well. So just a quick and over to you, Namrata, for the Q&A. So thank you so much.
Okay, so first question from Prajakta Shinde. She's asking, how are you reshaping your SNOP planning to deliver superior results despite uncertainty?
Okay, so I guess it has been answered when I'm sure that ITC team, I'll leave it to Sanjay, because there has been a shift from monthly to weekly SNOP. So Sanjay, would you like to answer this question?
No, I think already, as you said, that the big shift is that. And that is what I think the major thing even other people talked about, right?
Yeah. Any other panelists want to add to this question?
I have only one point to offer here. I think it's about, a bit of perspective difference, what we call it as service as measured by my customer rather than service as measured by me. I think that is where the lens, when you apply, we will exactly understand how my customer is receiving the service and how it is in turn providing the planning efficiency input for me to become much more agile. I think that's the only thing I would like to add. And that also coupled with the SNOP cycle getting shortened from a monthly to a weekly bucket, looking at building blocks, looking at the various elements that are going to, improve our ability to serve to those demand sensing opportunities.
Okay.
Just one point which I want to quickly add, Ronit, here is, I think it's been covered, but I think SNOP inherently as a process runs at a very conceptual level, whereas, servicing the moment of truth actually lies at the servicing level. So I think every organization should try and see how they can probably, link these serviceability or improving service levels to SNOP, which is probably, creating those layers where they say that, let's say if this particular contingency happens, which is basically what if planning, that if this particular contingency happens, what will be your ETA to respond to it, right? Things like that. So I think that makes it very, very relevant. So that's my only bit to add to it.
Because the BCPs and everything, like, the discussion that we had, and like Sunanda has also added to that, BCP is not that once fixed and can't be modified. It is a continuation mode of change which will happen as per the scenario getting changes. I hope that we answered the questions, Namrata. So is there any other question?
Yes, there is another question from Ranjit Kalaria. He's asking how intelligent systems improve your supply chain efficiency.
Okay, I guess one really good example which has been shared by Mr. Ashok while he was explaining about TMS and the need of the tools, and same time when Sridhar has also explained the use of data and all those things. So I would like first Sridhar to answer this question if you feel okay with that, Sridhar.
Yeah, I think one is that demand-driven supply chain, where we have seen use of technology like TOC-based, theory of constraint-based modeling, where we look at, moving away the entire inefficiency to the last leg of the mile intervention. The whole inefficiencies we are addressing through the robust supply network that we have got. I think that's the one piece where we are utilizing the data and systems to address that particular need. And the second piece probably would like to look at is the overall dynamic route scheduling systems that we have, DRS. The dynamic route scheduling systems we are helping the distributors to optimize his route networks. Basis the various outlets, all the outlets for particular distributor is being geotagged to his this thing. And once he do order taking for the previous day, the next day the DRS runs. The DRS runs its own MRP, and the number of vehicles that are required, instead of it is now fixed to a route, the definition of the route is now changed when he services, the distributor starts servicing to the customers, right? So what we have done is, the route is dynamic, so that we have given a certain productivity norm for that particular route, so that the efficiency creeps in through distributor to us, back to us. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thanks, Sridhar. Namrata, is there any more questions?
No, Ronit, there is no more questions from our.
Okay. So before we, switch off our video, I will once again, request all the panelists to come and on the screen with a smiling face, because we missed the last time to capture your photos. And once again, I would like to take this opportunity to thank each one of you to giving a very detailed insight. And sorry to, interrupt you in between, because we were really going ahead of time. So thank you so much. So just switching on the video and have a smiling face at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronit. Thank you very much. Really appreciate. Thanks for the panelists. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ronit, and thanks a lot for all the panelists for giving us an opportunity to share our views. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Atan.
Thanks, Ronit. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Thanks, Ronit. Thanks, Namrata. Thanks, Priyanka. Thanks to all the panelists for the wonderful insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks everyone. It has been definitely a very intellectual session, and thank you, Ronit, for moderation.
Thank you, Samantha.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks. Over to you, Namrata.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you all the leaders for sharing your thoughts. Now we will have a recorded presentation from ACG on supply chain resilience, and this presentation has been contributed by Rakesh Agarwal, founder and director, ACG India.
Hello friends, hope you are keeping safe and healthy. My name is Rakesh Agarwal. I am the founder of ACG India, an analytical consulting group. I would like to thank Eldon Global for organizing this web conference on supply chain and logistics. Considering global pandemic scenarios, I believe this kind of event would certainly help in understanding the future supply chain process, innovations, and its adoption across different industries. So let me put the agenda before I start talking on the subject today. So I would cover briefly about ACG and Anaplan, and also try to cover some key strategies to be discussed for supply chain resilience in FMCG industry, as well as the adoption of new normal scenarios in more efficient way by A, implementing the real-time planning platforms, and B, the most recent statistics around supply chain innovations. So we'll also discuss in short on one case study on how global fashion retailer has adopted the supply chain resilience strategies to gain quantitative and qualitative business benefits. Certainly, we have industry leaders and professionals here in the webinar who are well aware with all the information to be used in their day-to-day operations. However, the purpose of I am covering this in the keynote session today is just to give high-level overview for the need of supply chain resilience in post-COVID period and its impact on overall supply chain process. So let me start with the agenda, and in the end of the session, we would also have Q&A to discuss around these points in detail. At ACG, we are a strategic consulting firm focusing purely on EPM and analytic solutions, and have been partnered with one of the world's leading EPM platform, Anaplan, for last 6 years. So Anaplan is based in San Francisco with over 20 offices globally and more than 1,500 customers worldwide. Anaplan platform is powered by proprietary hyperblock technology with the purpose of connected planning platform, enabling dynamic, collaborative, and intelligent planning solutions. Globally, large enterprise uses Anaplan solution to connect people, data, and plans to enable real-time planning and decision-making in rapidly changing business environment to gain competitive advantage. So along with Anaplan, we have successfully delivered over 20 integrated business planning projects across different business functions. So let us just start with today's topic, which is supply chain resilience in new normal scenarios. So I think as I said, most of the prominent leaders and attendees here in this session, they are aware that why supply chain resilience is important to compete with this kind of unprecedented events like COVID in their supply chain strategies. So if we start with the kind of survey was done by Gartner recently, 87% of the supply chain professionals have identified supply chain resilience investment in their current strategies in next years, while 90% plus are looking to invest in agility. So the resilience and agility will go hand in hand, and that's something which we need to cover up in our case study as well, which I'm going to talk about today. So what do you mean by resilience? Resilience is nothing but to mold or adapt the kind of structural changes in your current supply chain strategies or processes by using different products and technologies. And if you see, most of the supply chain leaders would agree on that they know where and how much to invest in these kind of strategical changes in their current process. So we have seen industries to grown from $1 billion to $10 billion with the same set of strategies which they used to work on. But still, there is nothing wrong in exploration, because you want to stick to the same process, same strategy. You might have grown from 1 to 10 with the same thing, but yes, as a leader, you always have to explore more and looking to invest in such areas where how much resilience you can include in your current supply chain process. So other findings using the same with these professionals, what Gartner has suggested that few have opted for low pricing over domestic sourcing and production, particularly in retail and fashion. As I said, different industry will behave in a different way. So you cannot hold same process, same thought process applies to the across industries. So it might differ person to person, industry to industry. Again, few have opted for more regionalized supply chain model over global. Few have opted for just in time kind of systems and low cost country sourcing, which they think that would be more relevant in the future. However, whatever way we move, the resilience is something which is very, very important, and resilience in the supply chain process is nothing but to have more dynamic or real-time process-oriented system inclusion in your current strategies. So if I put it as a layman, so we can divide this whole supply chain resilience inclusiveness in 3 different categories. So if you see here, it's clear that reaction is not a strategy. So today we have the COVID-19 crisis. Last year we had trade wars and tariffs. Before that, there were components or shortage. So supply chain disruptions are bound. So the only certain thing will be that there will be more such events can occur in near future. But is your supply chain process resilient or agile enough to take care of these unprecedented events is something which we need to work on. And the key lesson from all this 1 year process, all different FMCG industries have gone through, the key lesson is the companies that had proactive resilience planning and had acted in advance to mitigate structural risk from their supply chain. Different discussions are the ones that are coping for better. How to achieve that? How to achieve that kind of resilience and how different companies have adopted is something which we are going to talk in next particular slide. So if you see here on the screen, I'm going to cover very briefly about one global fashion retailer, how different blocks or different information available at different level within the same supply chain function to collate and to have business benefits. And when I say benefit, definitely everybody is looking at the revenue side, how it can help us to improve our revenue stream. So with this, if you just look at the screen, so it's a kind of real-time resilience or agility which they have included by providing very small information, but in a better way, in a real time. So if you see from left to right, the short lead times and small batches and two-way information flow are the key inputs to your 2 different functions. The function one who works on the assortment planning, the other function who works on the demand planning basically. So both should have the real-time information flow in that, okay, what SKUs to have what kind of classification. And for the forecasting also, you might need that, okay, what is your sales skewness, and based on that, how you can improve your forecast accuracy. And that will help in 2 areas. So if you have the XYZ classification based on the demand, based on the trend in real time, you can actually increase the visits of your customer to stores, which will again lead to your sales increase, which will lead to your revenue increases. One particular area improvement will lead to improvement in all the other areas. Similarly, if you have a better forecast engine, you will have minimum storage cost, which will help you to reduce your overall costing of the product. So, and that will again that will again plug in your revenue. So that will impact your bottom line. So in all, same information flowing at the same time in 2 different areas, but in real time, will help you to act effectively from both sides, from sales side, from procurement side, or from a production side or supply side, we can say, and we cover it as a demand and supply, 2 bigger areas within the supply chain process. So what they did differently. So this one information flowing at the real time is definitely one aspect which they have covered. But the other is the 3 key strategies in the last slide, which I talked about. They have implemented effectively the multi-sourcing, as I said, the kind of and how it is being achieved with the ecosystem partnership. So they know that who are suppliers near or far, where are my depots located. So all these network optimization, all these sort of what you can say mapping is being done real time, and they have harmonized their current processes. And based on that, I think they have uh, they have done the inventory norms improvement, or what I can say, redefining their inventory or safety stock norms. And based on that, they could achieve the resilience and ultimately achieve their final objective of having a better supply chain strategy. So how did they do this? So how the overall information flows? So they have all the sales data, and how Anaplan and ACG can help bringing on these blocks at one particular platform is something which we can bring all the historical data. We have the different algorithms already available in the app, which will quickly act on the sales data. You put it 6 months, whatever relevant, or 6 years. It doesn't make much difference for the kind of system we are talking about. And based on that, you have your supply chain team to act upon based on different promotions, different sales strategies, or different thought process, whatever they have more information. But yes, system will give based on the trends, based on the events occur in the past, and based on that, I think you will have all different level of consensus. Based on that, your supply chain plan will be defined, and you will have all sort of executive reports to have more analytical views of what should be done or what should not be done based on whatever S&OP governance you have in your organization. So with this, I'm going to cover little more about this, why integrated supply chain planning is important. Why are we talking more about a common objective to be defined and articulated and communicated to all the different functions within or sub-functions within the supply chain department is the need of the time. And that's where Anaplan is coming. If you can see on the right side is the honeycomb. We call it honeycomb, where you have all different small blocks covering up with different areas, different problem statements, different use cases, which you can cover. At the right bottom, you have all the supply chain planning stuff, all different blocks which are important, which can set up a single platform which will be accessed by all your different people. They know that why this information is very crucial for the other function which might not look crucial for them. So they are like distribution department is working in their areas just to focusing on optimization on the how effectively they can distribute, but they don't know that the kind of inventory coming in might not actually required. So they should know, okay, how much. So your model should be defined in such a way that whatever information is coming in from your demand team, from your production team, from your allocation team, I think that should be reached out in a proper and optimized way to the distribution or dispatch department so that they can do it, whatever optimization they will do at there, and ultimately it will achieve or it will actually help in optimizing your overall cost. And ultimately, if you optimize your cost, your profitability will be. So we have I'm going to share this deck with all the attendees at the last so that you have all the links available about what Anaplan is all about and how we can achieve and we have achieved in the past. So you can have access to all our case studies around supply chain planning for FMCG industry. So one more area which people used to talk, okay, why Anaplan? So there is nothing to hide, but Forrester Consulting has done a study with almost 7 to 8 top global customers, different industry, but again, same use case, supply chain planning, and customers from $10 billion to $50 billion companies have participated in this study. And what has come out is something is very excited, that the 324% ROI on a 3-year period. It might be different in different areas, use cases, but if you just focus more on the supply chain part, that 40% increase in demand planning productivity, 15% reduction in inventory value due to increased demand plan accuracy. So if you have better demand forecast accuracy, ultimately it will help you to reduce excess inventory of the uh, non-fast moving goods or G classification goods which are not required to be stored or to be not in a demand kind of thing. Ultimately, this will help you to optimize your cost at the later stage, and that's how these statistics we have around around this particular study, which will be helpful to understand that why these kind of platforms are very important to explore. I'm not saying to implement immediately, but yes, I would like to make a point here that we have to come out from the mindset that any technology, if they have some footprints, these are sales points. But yes, as a leader in any of the position, whether I'm a finance leader, I'm a supply chain leader, but as a leader, it's my duty to explore, to give of what market is looking at, how they are achieving, how you are standing against your competition. Is something possible if you have 10% or 5% of your overall time invest in these kind of platforms, these kind of information, these kind of technology trends, so that at least if you don't invest the money, but you have the information available, so later on you can take better decision before moving forward to invest in something which you don't know. So that's where that first use it, try it in a way that yes, you can put your bigger model. Like if you say, if I'll share one example of few of my uh, customers where we have implemented in last 5-6 years, specifically in India. We have never started big time. So we always wanted to show them the value of the services what we carry, or value of the product what Anaplan can provide, and why this is a leader of in the market today. And that's how we can move on. And so you just need to start, or you just need to land with one particular area. You just explore, or you just trial or do the pilot with one demand planning area, or a production optimization, or only the inventory replenishment. So whatever area you pick up, So we have standard supply chain apps available, as I already talked in a honeycomb, that what sales and operation planning or a supply chain planning functions and sub-function can be brought in one single platform. In this particular slide, you could see there is a standard app available which can connect all your different functions, different people who are managing these things, where starting from statistical forecast to your trade promotions to your CRM pipeline, from a supply side, whatever procurement team is doing, what your sourcing team is doing, and the production team with rough cut capacity planning, and your different kind of dispatch and allocation. So all these end-to-end process can be covered in one single platform. And this is the standard app available. So you need not to start it from the scratch. That's the advantage of connected planning platform. So quickly, I will share some area which we have implemented in one of the India FMCG industry. It was a food industry, and how they have got benefited out of this platform 2.5 years ago when we implemented. So we started. So I will just summarize in 4 areas, like with the inventory planning. What was their different cuts? Like in a product, they have type, brand, category, parent SKU, whatever level you want to achieve in your so multi-dimension environment. So what location means to them, like zone, plant, mother warehouse, or depot, or distributor, or you can even go up to any L level if you have the information available. Time, as I said, that month, week, and day. Even we have done in one recent project, we have done up to hour level or shift level planning also. The scheduling is also being done in an plan system, which normally people do it in the ERP side of it. The different level of details available, different challenges, and the kind of optimization have been done to improve the inventory norms. And the kind of constraints we have used are storage cost, service level percent, safety stock quantity, safety stock days. So all these things you can just plugin. These are all configurable. These are available. You can just choose, okay, how I want to do 5% up my safety stock quantity. If suppose it is 10 metric, then I want to have 15 if it is in the numbers, and then how it is going to impact your overall inventory norms. Similarly, at the production plan side, the different optimizers have been set up to cover up again different kind of constraints with your production line throughput, your quality clearance, lead time, production line availability, basis your shift plan, manpower, lot size, product mix. So there are a lot of different constraints. Whatever you can think of can be applied and better optimized for your rough cut capacity planning before you actually start doing your production. And again, in the same way, your allocation plan and dispatch plan, where we have the different kind of constraints like truck type, the size, availability, transportation cost, lead time, transit lead time by lane, and MOQ at depot, MOQ at distributor, month and extra demand, touch point, hops, expired, near to expire quantity, lot mix. So a lot of other things we can talk about in this particular slide. But looking at time, I think we just need to wrap up fast. So it's a high level process. I'm going to talk again, integrated supply chain planning. You will have demand, production, distribution, procurement, norming. So all different boxes are there, different kind of optimization and different kind of statistical algorithms have been applied, and you need not to start it from scratch. It is already built in the system. You just need to provide your data. You will start seeing the results. So as I said, we have achieved at our customer only one end-to-end demand planning piece within 4 weeks. Within 4 weeks, you would be able to see the impact where you were and where you are, and based on that, you can take it forward to include the same platform for your production, for your supply chain to do in the later stage. You can start, or you just want to start it with your inventory replenishment, and then you want to plug in other blocks in the same model. So it's up to the organization basically, or up to the leader, how they want to interact with this. Some of supply chain you might be definitely are the part of today's webinar also. But yes, these are some of the footprints which I would like to share. Some of the recognition for Anaplan. If you see, the only platform globally is available in 6 different categories in Gartner. And again, as I earlier said, it is listed in NYSE with plan, and in all 4 different magic quadrants, it is available for supply chain, financial planning, sales, and workforce, and any other area which you can think of. So there are a lot of recognition, and this recognition is not something which is easy to earn, and year on year we are actually, this is the old slide actually. I have shared the link in one of the slide where you can go and see the latest recognition, and still it is in the leaders quadrant in Gartner. That way. Some of the recognition from our side, we what we carry as a expertise in that particular domain, working hand in hand with Anaplan kind of platforms, and that's something which I would like to I wanted to discuss in today's keynote session. And thanks a lot for all of you for hearing me patiently. And at the last, I would like to tell that we are working very closely with Anaplan India leadership on a joint mission of delivering the best connected planning experience across different customers and enterprises to contribute to their growth and help achieving their vision. Please feel free to connect offline with us to discuss more. We have an e-booth set up here. Thank you guys. Let's connect over a Q&A session. We are live. Thanks everyone.
Rakesh, we have one question from audience.
Yeah, Namrata.
It is, how are you successfully enabling supply chains? Give examples.
So again, there are multiple points to cover as a successful implementation of supply chain. But the key points like your data points to be captured in a right manner, as I said in my panel discussion also. So how you can put all different data points to capture your demand properly, because ultimately this will lead to your what you can say, this is the key input before you get into your final production plan, or you see your different rationalization of different SKUs, and then basis on that actually you allocate to your inventory to a different level. So these are, I think, the key inputs when we try to do a successful implementation of SNOP, as well as the governance also is very important, as we have covered in the panel discussion also, that people have shifted from monthly SNOP to weekly or bi-weekly SNOP based on what kind of consensus they have, and the process they want to follow. I think that's something which is very important point to can say cover up.
Okay, thank you, Rakesh.
Thanks. Any other question?
No, Rakesh, there are no more questions from audience. Okay. So moving on further, we have another panel for the day, and the topic is rethinking supply chain and logistics ready for 2022. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website, thanks to our title sponsor, Anaplan. Anaplan is pioneering the category of connected planning. Their platform are powered by proprietary hyperblock technology, purpose-built for connected planning, enables dynamic, collaborative, and intelligent planning. Large global enterprises use their solutions to connect people, data, and plans to enable real-time planning and decision making in rapidly changing business environments to give their customers a competitive advantage. Based in San Francisco, over 20 offices globally, 175 partners, and more than 1,000 customers worldwide. Here I call moderator Mr. Ankush Chaturvedi from Emami, Manoj Kothari from Godrej Consumer Products, Naveen Srivastava from Jubilant Foodworks, Radha Mohan Gupta from Reckitt Benckiser, Ghanshyam Singh from Cosmo Films, Raman Kaul from TVS Supply Chain Solutions, Amit Gupta from Anaplan, Atul Holkar from vProcure.
Thank you very much, Namrata. Am I audible?
Yes, Ankur, you're audible.
A very warm welcome to all my co-panelists. Thank you very much to Namrata for introducing all of us, and Eden Global for holding this event, and all the sponsors for their support. Now, if you look at what has happened over the last 12 months, it's something that none of us could have imagined in our dreams, or I would say nightmares. But then it did happen. And most of us managed not only to survive, but also to deliver excellence and profit in that time as well. What we have learned in the last 12 months is going to stay with us for eternity. But looking at what is going to happen immediately hereafter is a priority. When we say things are getting back to normal, it's a very vague statement because the normal itself has changed. What was true 12, 13 months back is no longer relevant. One example that I can talk of is that in the pre-COVID times, the measure for deciding contracts was L1. Now the monopoly of L1 has been taken away, and it is resilience and agility which has become more relevant and the deciding factor. Like they say, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. When it comes to supply chain, the actual delivery is done by the logistics. I would request Manoj to please elaborate how FMCG strategies are determined basis the agility in the logistics arm. Manoj, please.
Thank you, Ankur. I hope I am audible properly.
Loud and clear, Manoj, with a lovely background as well.
Thank you, Ankur. So I'll say logistic is a overall part of a supply chain strategy, and supply chain strategies itself, they are part of overall organization strategy. So if we see logistic, it's inbound and outbound logistic. And for us, for our cluster, which is in Africa, US, and Middle East, it's a very peculiar cluster where 80% of our inbound is imported. So we can talk that, at leisure, what are the changes in a post-COVID scenario. But again, the logistic strategy or agility of logistic is depending on the manufacturing setup. And what we have done during COVID is risk mitigation and the business continuity plan. We have revisited our footprints, manufacturing footprints, and we have gone near to the consumer. So earlier we had mega plants. Now we have a satellite plant. So that is one change of strategy which has helped us to deliver faster. Now come back to pure logistic play, and it depends on the channel play. And if we see 15-20 years back, there were majority two channels, retail and wholesale. Then from there we moved towards the modern trade. Modern trade became kind of 5 to 8% of overall turnover. And in COVID, actually e-com has accelerated, I will say. And from e-com, again, we have moved towards a D2C. Again, this D2C is I'll say, business strategy, not only the logistic strategy, because it was a dream of CPG companies globally to serve directly to the consumers. Okay. If you serve directly to the consumer, you know the consumption pattern, you know the consumer preference, you know promotion effectiveness, and on the top of it, it also helps input to the new products. So I will talk about our Nigeria unit example. We have started our own Shopify kind of shop online under the name Diva Store, and we have started serving to consumer directly. One of the biggest challenge in serving the consumer directly is a cost of logistics. We started charging delivery cost to the consumers, which was sizable. But when we see on a total acquisition cost basis, when you remove the channel margins, it is still cheaper for consumers. And we grew fantastically well. What we have done is we have put there the new products to avoid any channel conflicts. So my old and runner product, they were still on the regular models or regular logistics, but my new products were via this kind of D2C model. If we see in as a GCPL as a company, 81% of our portfolio comes globally from hygiene, health, and value for money products. So what we say VFM, and for us VFM is very important because we operate in a developing market. We understand the developing market consumer where value for money makes huge sense. And even in D2C model, we have launched a product, VFM product. So for example, we are not in India or anywhere else in conditioner and shampoos because that is a space occupied by Unilever or P&G, etc. But what we have done in Nigeria is gone for VFM shampoos and conditioners, and we are growing very well. So again, these platforms, D2C helps you to experiment with the category. And if my logistics strategy is right, my costs are under control, then it can help business greatly. So it is both agility and efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, I would request Raman to please elaborate what were the challenges in storage and transportation which were faced during COVID? How did you overcome them? And how are you planning to deal with these problems in the post-COVID era?
Yeah, thanks, Ankur. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Raman.
All right. Yeah, thanks. So I'll touch upon our business, which is slightly different from the regular FMCG business. So my division or the business which I handle is more of a critical spare parts where we give an hourly delivery and it's an AM and PM deliveries. So our customers are highly critical customers which are into banking, telecom, and the escalator and the elevator manufacturing companies. So pandemic was something, or the lockdown was something which nobody thought of, and it was something which when we heard that there's a lockdown from tomorrow onwards, so we were kind of surprised, shocked what to do. So we didn't know what to do. So it took us at least 2-3 days to realize that there is something which we have to do. We had BCPs for other contingencies, but this was something which was uncalled for. We never thought of that. So the entire BCP failed. So that's where we had put our heads down, heads put together, and then we created a kind of a war group, and we set up a control tower to see what we can do. Since we fall under the essential services because we support banking and telecom, so we were able to get certain passes, certain letters from the government and the commissioner of police, and then we could get certain passes. That's how we could manage our supplies. We were shut down only for 3 or 4 days, post lockdown. I think it was in March. I think from March 21st to 25th or 26th March is where we were completely shut. And then we started moving our inventories from 26th onwards. So what we did is we adopted a different model since we got the letters, the permissions from the government officials. We created our own set of distribution where we moved from a traditional transaction-based model to a fixed vehicle model. So there were certain partners who were our trusted partners who came up and said, yes, we will support you. So being a logistics service provider, it was our prime duty to support our customers in the difficult times, to keep our ATMs running, to keep our elevators, escalators up and running in the government offices, hospitals, and other things. So that was something which we managed pretty well. We worked out different strategies. As I said, we formed a war group and a control tower to manage each and every delivery. Fortunately, we have a setup where we cover each and every state of India, so which includes Andaman and Nicobar. So we have the setup. We have our warehouses where which we call forward stock locations. We have small warehouses in every state, and when there was a problem that the borders were sealed, we could able to manage whatever inventory we had in the FSL. We could manage with that inventory. And then when the air movement started, I think it was in first week of April where the air movement started, and then we were fortunate enough to get a sizable capacity from the airlines, from SpiceJet and from Blue Dart, where we could pay a premium freight and move our inventory from a central warehousing to the smaller warehouses and replenish our stocks, so that we are close to market, and wherever there's a shutdown, we could able to deliver the part. So that is something. The lockdown is something which has opened up a lot of things, and we realized where the loopholes are. We have kind of formalized our BCP to counter such crisis going forward. So it is not only, I think, the lockdown or the pandemic has given us an opportunity to work on different parameters. Earlier we had only surface and the air transportation, but then during lockdown we explored various ways of transportation. We never used railways as our transportation. We started using railways as our transportation. Then we, as I said, we changed from our traditional model to a new model of a dedicated fleets and other things. So that was something which we did in lockdown. We received a lot of appreciations from the customers. These are all our global customers. So we support them in 19 countries, 20 countries, 25 countries, and there was a appreciation received from these customers at a global level, that we kept the operations running. Although we were not in full capacity, but yes, gradually we started. Today, I think from August onwards, we were in full swing. We were at a capacity of 75-80%. Today, we are at 90-95%. So that is how we have diversified our transportation model and the storage. So I think what we realized from the lockdown is that if you have enough inventory stored in your warehouses, which caters to a particular geography, that is something which we have to do. I think planning plays an important role. As I said, we were not prepared for this pandemic, and nobody had a BCP. We have BCPs for other things, but for pandemic it was something which we were completely blank. So, but yes, over a period of time, so we have realized a need that we should have a strong BCP for such kind of things, and it's a time that we change our conventional model to a different model, where technology also plays as an important role. We are a tech-driven company. We have technology where we monitor our deliveries, whether it's through TMS or through WMS. So that is how we changed our model. And end of the day, it's a happy customer if you're able to deliver your SLAs. I think nothing like that. And happy to say today we are delivering our SLAs, which are more than 95-96%. And still the situation is not BAU. Although people or our customers feel that we are in a BAU situation, but as a logistics player or a logistics service provider, I know how challenging it is to convince a customer that it is still not a BAU. We still have challenges. We still have certain places where we are encountering the lockdowns, where we have certain challenges where transportation is not available. And this pandemic has shown us the true colors of a logistic player. There were certain players. Since I'm from the logistics background, we also outsource certain deliveries or certain services to a third party, and then we realized that it is not a third party whom you can rely on. You have to have a right partner who can stand up and live up to your expectations, and that is what we do at TVS. And we stood up. We had, as I said, we were down only for 4 days, 5 days, and then rest we were operational. My entire ground force was on the on field, attending to the calls, attending to escalations. That is how we managed in the lockdown. And as I said, there's a time to think, how we can change our conventional or a traditional logistic model to a different model, which is a tech driven, and where we have a proper planning. I think that planning plays an important role. Yeah, so that's it from my side.
Thank you very much, Raman. You very rightly pointed out that though inventory in the balance sheet is always considered an asset, most organizations used to look at it as a liability. But in the pandemic, the true value of inventory was highlighted to most organizations. Thank you very much. And another point that you very rightly pointed out was BCP. Now, pandemic is something which no one can anticipate, no one can actually look at. But what you rightly said is to have agile supply chains which could handle situations like in the future. Thank you very much, Raman. Now, coming to the aspect of planning. Now, like Raman mentioned, there is nothing, no BCP, no continuity plans, no risk assessments had ever envisaged a situation which we had seen in the recent past. The best laid out plans also went through the roof because what happened on the ground was something that no one had ever anticipated. Now, there are changes which are happening. The new normal is very different from what it was pre-COVID. And there are certain trends which will be shaping the supply chain going forward. Now, I would request Atul to please elaborate on the key trends that will shape the supply chain for the future. Atul, please.
Yeah, thank you, Ankur. Firstly, let me first thank Alden Global for giving me another opportunity to be with them. During this last nearly 10 to 11 months of COVID-driven environment, few things which I have done, and just to update you all, is I transited earlier from my army job to the corporate, and now I've done my third transition from being a corporate person to an entrepreneur. So that is where we procure enterprises come from. It's a supply chain consultancy firm, starts with procurement on an electronic platform, digitization of the entire procure to pay process, and then is the consultancy along with supply chain training. I, besides this, started my own venture on corporate training called The Art of Working, FMCG firm called MBJ Brands, which is into very, very innovative products for COVID, now recognized by Government of India, and then also a security firm. A small brief about myself. So taking the cue from what Raman was saying, I totally agree. But coming from the background of the Indian Army, who participated into Kargil-like operations many times, there is no possibility of a failure for a supply chain. And that is where the business, lies. And when I'm looking at the challenges, pandemic, I believe, is just one of them, and this is going to continue for a very, very long time. Names will keep changing. It may change from COVID-19 to 20 or some another. Chinese are pretty innovative. You must understand that, and we may get more such gifts coming across to the world. Besides this, what else is changing? The climate is changing very fast. You can see the disruptions of the complete supply chain due to climate change is becoming a routine. Look at Texas. Texas now is reeling under intense snowfall and cold. The entire supply chain is in disarray. There is no power for home. There is no power for retailing. There's nothing that is happening in Texas. We are talking about the United States of America. So these kind of changes, look at Kerala when it undergoes flood. Look at Chennai when it goes under intense flooding. Hyderabad recently. So this is the new. What else is changing? Another thing that is changing is the geopolitical situation, fast evolving. Can you imagine 1 year back that India may stop a lot of trade from China. China will stop becoming the producer of the world. US will start, bringing its job back to its own country. So the global supply chain, the concept of remote sourcing may be questioned now. What is changing further is the customer behavior, which is moving on the new digital wave of the world. The customer desires, and so shall he get, is the motto nowadays. Right? So these are the challenges which every supply chain leader has to now go through. We may talk about trends, but trends come out of the challenges. Supply chain is not built on its own. It looks after the operational requirement of sales. And keeping that in mind, obviously, all the whether it is a technical platform, technical platform, it's a human platform where soft skills are required. Obviously, there are huge changes in supply chain trends as well for 2021 and onwards. One of the largest which I have now seen is the acceptability of supply chain digitization. We want it smart, we want it efficient, and that is what is driving the entire supply chain ecosystem. Look at the customer requirement for an omni-channel supply chain, right? You can't have a supply chain for e-commerce, or you can't have one for brick and mortar. So you got to have an omni-channel supply chain. That is the requirement, whether it is B2C, B2B, whatever. Sustainable supply chain. Just matter of time when Mr. Modi decides that we would get better credits in case we are a sustainable supply chain. It's not far. It's there in Europe. It's there in Africa, America. I'm sure it is going to come, very, very strong in India. We are moving much faster towards sustainable economy than any other country. Look at the promise Mr. Modi has made recently about cut down on carbon emissions. We are one of the set of people in the industry who produces carbon. That's where the pressure on supply chain is going to come to make it sustainable supply chain. And a lot of companies, in my last appointment as head supply chain for PepsiCo in South Asia, I was working on the sustainable supply chain. Growth is in supply chain is becoming more circular. Earlier, the last which I saw was a reverse supply chain, but now it's called a circular supply chain. Products may be picked up from the market, recycled, reconstituted, and resold. It's the new norm. Agile supply chain. In fact, when I look into the entire leadership mindset, what do I expect a supply chain leader to be? Agile, adaptable, aligned. These are the triple A's of a supply chain leader, which is the trend. The supply chain leader will have require now more soft skills than hard skills, because most of the jobs in any way at a lower level or processes systems will be taken over by the machines. IoT based supply chain. Look at the kind of machines we have, the robotics we have, the data that is being generated. They all are being converged into 5 with the help of 5G, and that is called the IoT based. Big data analytics, supply chain logistics, they all coming together. You have the data, you have the IoT, and that is going to create business intelligence, is going to help the supply chain leaders in understanding and also predicting much more accurately. Look at the complexity which is increased, but the technology is also ensuring you that they give you adequate support of more or less, doomsday scenario prediction kind of thing. So it could be a positive, it could be negative, but it will tell you in advance. Earlier, I've worked on so many such forecasting, tools and things like that. The accuracy used to be around 45, 50, 65. Best I have touched around 75. But now, with so many wonderful technology tools and all those available, I expect this to go as close as to 85, 90%, despite all these challenges which I stated. What else is happening? The in artificial intelligence and machine learning is simplifying the task. The processes are getting automated every day. It helps us in planning, it supports us in DSS. Look at the robotics and drone. Obviously, these are bringing speed, these are bringing efficiency. And I must tell you one thing, when I do teach in a lot of business schools, and that is where I profess, the technology is changing our world much faster than we can even anticipate as to what is going to happen. In last 200 years, what did we did is much slower than what we did in last 20 years. And what we are going to do in next 10 years is will be as good as what would have taken 30 to 40 years. So in next 10 years, the supply chain we see now will cease to exist, right? So it's very important that we understand these trends, get aligned to these trends, and obviously, get ready to adapt. Ankur.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Colonel Holkar. I make it a point to address
Thank you, sir.
commissioned officers with their ranks, and that is
Thank
something that you earn and you need to be respected for that.
That's
Now,
very
you very rightly talked about omni-channel technology inputs like digitization, use of AI. The very interesting aspect you brought about the green initiatives, and most importantly, the pace of change. Now, if I was to go back, all the points that you have spoken about today would have been relevant if you were having the seminar 1 year back as well. But then they would have been sometime in the future.
Absolutely.
What COVID has done is that they have put them on the table today. The pace of change, because of what has happened in the last few months, has become much faster. The companies are ready to invest in technology more willingly, or if I may uh, take a slight lighter note, the job of us supply chain professionals has become slightly easier when it comes to convincing our commercial heads to loosen the purse strings for what we need to improve efficiencies in our supply chain. Now, taking this forward, I would request Ghanshyam to add on what other trends does he see and what does he feel about what Colonel Holkar has just mentioned. Ghanshyam, please.
Thanks, Ankur, and pleasure connecting with all the panelists, and good evening, all the people who is seeing this webinar. Atulji is, I am connected with Atulji from several years. I have heard him a lot of time, and his thoughts is always good for learning and futuristic. As far as supply chain is concerned, we have seen in last 7-8 months lots of challenges which we have never thought of. I still remember when the lockdown was announced, we were thinking that how our day will look like from tomorrow, whether we come in essential, non-essential, which category we come, where we need to go, and all those things. As rightly mentioned by Ankur, this COVID has speed up all the processes which we were thinking earlier. Earlier, we were planning that after 1 year or 2 years, we will do something to make a better supply chain system, but COVID make us move faster, and lots of innovation and changes has happened during COVID itself. My view about post-COVID scenario, almost I think with the vaccination, COVID will end soon. And I feel because of this COVID, our supply chain strategy will change, most probably, depend on, again, organization to organization. I still remember when we were keeping inventories, it was considered as a burden because higher inventory is a challenge. But COVID taught us that keep something with you so that you have some time to act. So I think the inventory angle has to be relooked, and I'm sure in the future it will be relooked that what is the right set of inventory. It's based on the fluctuation or based on the contingencies which may come. Second, we learned one more thing in COVID time, that the shorter lead time is very, 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 very important. We cannot compare it with the commercial, because when commercial comes in a play, when you have a product to run your production line. If you don't have a product to run your production line, commercial doesn't matter. So the shorter lead time, it plays a very, very important role, which is connected to the localization of sourcing. We have seen that lockdown was happening in a different countries at a different time frame. which impacted some of the organization very, very badly. If I refer one of my organization, we were importing from more than 50 countries. And all of a sudden, we came to know that there is a lockdown in a particular country. Then after a few days, there is a lockdown in some other country, and which impacted the different supply chain badly. So that make people think that how we can have a better supply chain system. And I feel that if we have a localization of a supplier as much as possible, can help in getting a material sooner, and most important, that availability will be there. One of the important part which we are hearing from last several years, and that is keeping pace in COVID, is the automation, which Atulji has already covered in terms of IoT and multiple things. So I'll add few more things in that. Like in COVID, we understood that touchless is very, very important. Right. So technology helped us in making a touchless supply chain system, online deliveries, more distribution center to cater the particular market segment, and more important, faster delivery. Because what happened in a COVID time, people were not going out to the nearby shop and buying the material, but they need the material, right? So they were ordering and they need material same day or the next day. So that automation and upgradation of supply chain help in some part of a country to get the deliveries, and I'm sure in upcoming days or years this will further improve. Although some of the big organization, e-commerce organization, is already started, but I'm sure apart from that also the smaller organization will also come for a day-to-day deliveries. If I come about a risk assessment, if I say correctly, the risk assessment earlier was how it was happening, that there is a supplier, and if A is not able to supply, do we have a B supplier? Okay, but now we have a one more category, whether both the supplier live or having their manufacturing in a unit in the same area or a different area. So if it's in the same area, then risk level is high. If it's at a different location, then the risk will be lower, because in COVID we have seen that the lockdown has impacted that particular areas. So the risk assessment will be more focused on in terms of a location also. If I give you some example, like Southeast Asia is generally considered as a manufacturing hub because the manpower is low. But what happened in COVID? Due to COVID, entire area was locked down and the supplies was impacted to the consumer countries. So that I'm sure will be looked upon. Apart from that, the supply chain people, one more thing we understood is that supply chain people can also work remotely. So that also seen. And it was initially looked like that it's not practically possible, but COVID has taught us that remotely also you can run a supply chain smoothly without any challenges. So these are my some of the views. Over to Ankur now.
Thank you very much, Ghanshyam. Very interestingly, you brought in the point about remote working, which is not only relevant for us, but everyone in the organization. Probably, if you'd asked someone a year back whether the company can run without having an office, the question itself would have been considered ridiculous. But today, most organizations are looking at reducing their office spaces. And I have heard of some new age organizations who are now thinking of working with only digital offices and not having physical office spaces. And the other points that you brought about the expectations of faster delivery and how technology was used to ensure that. Now, there were a lot of short term things which were done during COVID to handle the situation at that time. But those short term measures which were put in place are there for us to use in the future. And like we discussed in the earlier segment, this has led to a faster pace of change, which is good for all of us. Uh, a major change which has happened is that the global supply chains have been greatly disrupted. When I say disrupted, I would say that they are realigned. You mentioned that there is a lot of focus now on onshoring of production. You want your production to be as close to the market as possible. Now, if I were to look at international business, every country wants a factory in their own country. If I look at our own country, every regional manager wants a factory in his region. Every area manager wants stock readily made available to him. So this is a very big change and which has happened. And when you look at the international situation today, because the manufacturing dominance of China, though it is still very relevant, it has been reduced. And freight movement has become very lopsided, which has led to very acute shortages of containers and very volatile sea freights. In fact, if you look at the sea freight recently, uh, it is not something which could be explained because of any trend. Sea freights have been very volatile and erratic. I would request Manoj to please explain how and why this is happening and what needs to be done to address this.
Thank you, Ankur. Uh, I'll say we are in a currently paradoxical world, right? Where on the one hand, there is huge inflation coming in for all the commodities. So any commodity like steel or palm oil for CPG, or crude oil, each and every commodity has gone through the roof, right? On the second hand, we have heard the arguments on onshoring and supply base near to the country, etc. Uh, China still remains very, very competitive, or Far East remains very, very competitive. And in all these, there is a logistic uncertainty. So when we see freight as a cost, right? So there is a dry Baltic exchange index, which was 730 in last May, June. It has reached to 1700. So it is around 2 to 2.5 times the index has gone up. So the freight will further has gone up basis the congestion on the port of a different country, right? Or different countries. So there is definitely increase in the freight, but at the same time, lead times are increasing due to container shortages. And what we have seen globally is while containers are moving from a supplying country, whether it is India, China, Malaysia, Japan, whichever countries are there, they are coming, and there is a lot of congestion on the hubs because port cannot handle the consuming port cannot handle this kind of traffic. So that is the why freights are also going up, because container charges beyond certain limit, there is a cost increase. So all this is led to in nutshell three things, right? The lead time has increased to 2.5 times. There are container shortages even for the goods movement outside. So we make in Africa and we send it to different geographies. So there are no containers available. And third thing is increase in the freight. If you ask us how we have dealt with it, I mean simply uh, again no, I will say no rocket science, but we have moved from 20-foot container to 40-foot container. Thing number one. Thing number two, we have changed our inventory norm by changing our lead times. So our inventories on water has been increased, but that was necessary to keep our supply chain running. As I said earlier, that 80% of our materials are imported and we are depending on the sea. That's a that's reality. Last thing is, if you ask me, Ankur, this is not going to last, because if you go back, we have seen this trend happening after every big recession. After 2008, also Baltic index has gone up because the global supply chain or global freight rate lead time moves very smoothly on a continuous business basis. when the businesses get disrupted, like India stopped container for 1 month, same is Nigeria, South Africa, or US kind of countries, where they have stopped completely for 1 or 2 months, the container got stuck. And it will take, my sense is it will take another a year kind of thing to situation to be normalized. And as a strategy, we are ordering what is necessary. We are ordering in a bulk in a 40-feet container, and we have increased our inventory on water. So these are the things currently look like on a global scenario.
Thank you very much, Manoj. You rightly pointed out that the freight has increased and the options to manage that are very limited. The only way that this can be overcome is to improve your efficiency and get your planning right. You brought in the aspect of inward freight, which in most forums tends to get sidelined because the majority of the freight is the outbound freight. But inward freight also is something which can have a huge bearing. And I would say that your control on inward freight is much more than outward freight, because you can decide the volumes, the quantities that you are ordering. You can pre-order, you can club your orders. But when it comes to your outward freight, you are dictated by what your consumer wants. And a lot of times you do not have that flexibility of asking him to take more or taking in advance. And if you do that, that has a direct impact on your negotiating power vis-a-vis credit. So thank you for bringing that up. Now, when you look at these factors which are uncontrollable, there are quite a few others which also keep coming up. Technology can be used to improve logistic efficiency. Now, I would request Colonel Atul to please elaborate how supply chain 4 can be leveraged by improving logistical efficiency. Colonel Holkar, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, well, as I mentioned in my, last discussion, is that there's so much of happening in the technological world, which is helping the supply chain improve its own functioning. But I also understand that what are the two, three, four major areas which this technology is going to help or benefit to make it into a smart supply chain function. What is one that is topmost, which I think is the operational bottlenecks prediction. So it could be anything, right? From demand planning, forecasting, inventory, issues related to distribution, it is issues related to warehousing, whatever it would be. These are the bottlenecks. A smart supply chain in 4.0 is going to predict it. It's going to tell you what exactly is wrong or what exactly is going to happen in next, say, week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Another thing that the technology is going to bring to us is smart predictive analytics, throwing us the numbers, throwing us the prediction, telling us well in advance exactly what is demanded, what is available, what capacities do we have, how much can we manage. Besides this, as the requirement of supply chain improves further or required more, the enhanced supply chain transparency will become key. The visibility, the transparency, the information to all kind, where track and traceability, if I can also add blockchain to this, the requirement of then the transparency would go up many, many folds. Besides, another area which I think is predictive maintenance to prevent any downtime, be it into manufacturing, being into transportation, being to any part which is moving to help the supply. So from my perspective, these are the four areas which will immensely benefit in the supply chain operations due to, say, supply chain 4.0. Another thing which I really believe is this is supply chain 4.0 is also going to release our leadership level people from very menial day-to-day tasks. Sometimes stupid questions, as stupid as where is my truck? And half of the time I've seen at any level, the leaders are involved only tracking, tracing that one truck for which the manufacturing is likely to be stopped. So that entire knowledge that where is my stock, where can I trace, what is happening to it, is all available to all the people in the chain besides the supply chain leader. So this supply chain 4.0 will remove us from those menial tasks of data entry, track and trace, processes, SOPs, making of documentation, tying up various things from one department to another department, letting the destination know as to when it is going to start. This will all be automated. So most of the time which we have been spending, at least I have spent so much of time in all these things, and I worked in retail industry, I can tell you how it works, is that my Diwali invariably starts in the warehouse, right? So all those things are going to go away, and I'm telling you, this is one of the great times as far as supply chain is going to happen, because these small little things which used to trouble us and always put our job onto the block is going to help us in ensuring that we are more data driven. Ankur.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, I will just, you very rightly pointed out that technology will reduce a lot of our problems. But there's one thing that I would like to share, and this is my belief, that as supply chain professionals, we should never curse the problems.
I agree.
It is the problems which give us employment.
Absolutely. That's why I'm here.
Every problem, yes, every problem is an opportunity for you to prove your efficiency and prove your worth to the organization that you're working for. And bigger the problem, bigger the opportunity.
Absolutely.
So if you have a, so I always say it in my lectures to students or young professionals, the best way to look at a problem is to solve it. There is no way you should be thinking about a problem. You should only be looking at solving it, because that is what would lead to success. And technology today has given us an opportunity to solve problems which till now are unsolvable. Like you rightly said, where is my truck is a question, which is, the answer to that is more difficult than answering why they did Katappa kill.
So, Ankur, I'll add one more thing to it. I
Please, sir,
always,
please.
I always tell everyone post-COVID, only set of people who were on the floor of the warehouse and on the road during the pandemic and the peak of pandemic were the supply chain people. Be it the labor in the warehouse or a driver on the road, despite many lockdowns, despite trucks getting stuck all over the Indian highways, these people ensured essential supplies reached Indian people. And I am so proud of being part of that supply chain. I didn't find any salesperson, not to demean anyone or any other person or the commercial or HR or anything else. These people played on their lives. They supported India to ensure India comes out of it. And that is what the supply chain people should be so very proud. When it comes to the war, it is the supply chain which wins.
Thank you very much, sir. We've discussed about various problems, and like I said, every problem is an opportunity to increase your worth for your organization. Now we have with us Amit, who has solutions to solve quite a few of our problems that we have discussed till now. So may I request Amit to please elaborate on how we can make ourselves more valuable for our organizations.
Thanks, Ankurji. Thank you. So I've been taking good notes of all the speakers as they've gone through, mentioning some of the great work and I think and the challenges that they have seen in the supply chain. I would say during pandemic, but if you really look at it, some of the challenges came out because of certain inactions that supply chain teams had because of either investment. And I think one of our speakers did mention of now the commercial team loosening up the purse for supply chain to spend more, and that has really come to fray that supply chain cannot run on old systems. And in most of the organization, if you think, actually supply chains are run on Excel, and that's why when Atulji mentioned that the biggest problem is tracking where the truck is because somebody has to go down and figure out where that information is there. Now, what we have seen is that today, all, if not most organizations want to digitize their supply chain. And that really means a very different thing to different organization, even within FMCG, if I can say. I heard Manoj talk about how, for example, the Africa market kind of behaves very differently, and things like a new channel strategy, or how to kind of keep your existing channel happy while creating a new D2C channel was very important, and how, for example, promo effectiveness was important. And we heard about how logistics was very important for the TVS group essentially. Now, if we kind of bucket this, we typically see on a demand side and a supply side are the two critical areas from a planning perspective. The demand side has seen a lot of things coming in, and some of these have been there for a long time. Uh, I heard Atulji talk about predictive planning and stuff, statistical planning, baseline forecasting, forecast accuracy talked about 70%. I won't go into numbers. That has been there for long. I think there are definitely certain good areas of improvement in terms of technology happening there, particularly with the AI ML part of it, right? The ability to go beyond what is readily seen in a data set, right? It's something that you cannot kind of correlate. So there is information that we could correlate very easily by our logical senses. And that's what statistical forecasting did. You could figure out, oh, Diwali always has a higher sales, post Diwali is a slump, right? And there are things which we could not really make a sense of because the data was either disconnected or it was too vast for us to understand. Now, for us to be really in a field of digital planning, you have to kind of have an end-to-end plan to it. Only kind of investing in, I would say, an AI ML will not solve a problem. It's a part of the problem, and definitely I'll talk a little bit about there because the overall quality of data, and that's where I kind of a little bit disagree with Atulji, is that it will not all be forecasted by systems. Systems will give a baseline forecast, but a collaboration will come in very handy. And this is a trend that we have seen with some of the largest customers that we have in FMCG. In fact, the world's largest probably beverage company, the non-alcoholic beverage company, uses us for planning. And what they've realized is that although some of the AI ML gives good forecast where let's say a bottom up input is not coming, a hierarchy of forecasting is very important, where as the information goes up, people still have to collaborate around it, things which are not happening in the past. And COVID is a classic example. And as speaker said, COVID is not just once, but it's happens over a cyclical period, right? 2008 and even before that. uh, that kind of brings in the need for having more robust collaborative part. There was nothing that the system would have forecasted, I would say, in December, January, that 2 months down the lane your forecast will go for a toss where you've forecasted based on historical. There is no history available for it. And the future also, I can't look at last March data and forecast this March data, for example, or April data kind of. Second is the granularity of decisions have to also go down, and that's where technology kind of really help. And I'll give you an example of a customer in India, uh, where they've gone down to the level of 50,000 combinations of demand forecast coming at an SKU store combination. Now that is something that a human mind can't look and comprehend any trends. That's where systems will essentially come in to help the process of forecasting, supported by AI, ML, and multilinear regression in that case. So what we typically see is one side is the demand side, and second is obviously the supply side of it. And there've been a lot of thoughts and discussions about how, for example, companies look at various other options, whether, for example, Manoj talked about logistics of moving from a 20 feet container to a 40 feet container and so on, so forth. Now, all these decisions have another face to it. So one is a fulfillment of a capacity, for example, having enough raw material in the pipeline so that you're able to produce as per the demand which is there. Second is also the ability to figure out whether which one of them makes sense in terms of a availability of the raw material to ensure that we have the right level of stocks, and b, what is the impact in terms of financial of it, because we may be able to, for example, use a bigger container set or maybe have a refer box and so on and so forth, but there is a larger financial impact on the organization, and this better planning will kind of set them apart overall. So things like coming with an optimal plan is very important. Then that's where kind of technology will take the next step ahead. So it's not just having an alternate plan or a BCP, but having an optimal plan and having a framework of planning which is agile enough to react to things, because we can't predict what's going to hit us next. We hope nothing hits us. I hope Atulji, China is not as creative sending new gifts to us. We have enough gifts from them. Uh, but if it does, we need to ensure that we have a framework which can react faster than they can essentially react in terms of creating the gifts for us. So we like to kind of break it down into two things. Most organizations will need to have a dual mode action. One is plan for today, which is optimize, take whatever data is there, come out with the best planning. That's where we're going to help you out. And also look at future, have a plan B together with the plan A, where you're looking at some of these upcoming technologies. You're saying, hey, what is that innovation that I can do in my organization, my industry? Where can I use, for example, my better demand sensing and so on? Use that as a test bed and prove it, so that next time it comes or even before it comes, you're able to adopt it in a larger scale. So there is a part of technology which is standard and proven, and there's a part of the technology that you can kind of take it. So my belief is, if you really look at some of the things that my other panelists have talked about, some of these actions can kind of help shape the organization to be better resilient in the upcoming world. So kind of take away the problems of some of the things that we already know, which is variability of data, biases, and so on and so forth. Data quality still continues to be a big issue, but have a good decision model which is supported by technology but collaborative in nature in order to respond to it. So that's some of my quick thoughts around how, for example, the supply chain will essentially tend towards. Over to you, Ankurji.
Thank you very much, Amitji. We've had a very interesting session, a lot of things brought out. And like you said, we do not want any more gifts from China. But trouble has a tendency of coming from unknown quarters. Pre-COVID times, supplies from China were looked up as backup suppliers in case of uncertainties in other parts of the world. Now that itself became uncertain. And interestingly, when India went into lockdown, that was the time when suppliers from China were available for our plants outside India. Though we had a horrendous time of managing those supplies, but then these are challenges that come, and these are the problems that we solve to make our living. And thank you to organizations like yours who help us make these solutions and earn our living. Thank you very much. We can have a quick question and answer session if there are any questions, please. And before we go there, may I request all the panelists to please switch on your cameras for a screenshot. Namrata,
Done.
any questions?
Yes, Ankur. There are questions. How can you design a supply chain which is optimized for cost, service, and resilience?
Well, I would say that when you say resilience, it should not be looked at as more expensive. Cost is definitely an important factor, irrespective of what other things are. Resilience has become more important. Now, to design a supply chain which is cost effective and resilient, you need to first understand your requirement in totality. And like it was brought out in the discussion earlier, you need to know your risks. What are the risks that you want to look at, and how you want to manage your risks? What is the level of exposure you want to each of the risks, and how you would like them to be addressed? Now, every time you address a risk, there's a cost involved. So you need to be very clear in what your deliverables are, what are the risks that you want to cover, and how you would want to do that. And just to take a step further, a very quick short answer of how is use technology, my friend. Any other panelists would like to take this?
I think it's just a quick addition to what you said, Ankurji, is that's where technology comes in, where things like looking at multiple variables and trying to optimize certain parameters. I think that's where technology will really help out. So it's kind of opening beyond, I would say, one axis, but looking at 2, 3, 4 axes of how things are moving and then optimizing around it.
Thank you, Amit. Any more questions, Namrata? I've already got a message from the next presenter.
No, Ankur, there are no more questions to be asked by you because we are running out of time. There are questions. I will share you the link. You can answer them there.
Yeah, please do that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Namrata. Thank you, Eden Global, for this wonderful seminar. And thank you to all the sponsors for supporting this. And thank you to all the panelists for your time today. Thank you very much. It was a great experience. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ankuji. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all the leaders for the value to this forum with your knowledgeable discussion. Now we have third panel for the day, and the topic is future ready customer-centric supply chain and logistics. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website, thanks to our panel sponsor Moglix and skill sponsor Logistics Skill Council. Moglix is an Asia-based B2B commerce company specializing in the procurement of B2B industrial products. They provide digital procurement and supply chain solutions across industries, as well as making it tax compliant. They are 880 plus strong and headquartered in Singapore with robust warehouse and logistics network, providing procurement services across India, Europe, UK, and UAE. Here I call moderator Mr. Aniruddha Banerjee from Spencer's Retail, Mihir Mohanta from Mother Dairy, Samay Chaturvedi from Haldirams, Vijay Vadvani from Relaxo Footwears, Kayur Kotecha from Reliance Digital Retail, K. Udyan Kohli from Hyphen Foods, Sandeep Vora from Uflex Limited, Mohit Gulyani from Moglix, and Ramesh Venkat from Logistics Skill Council.
Yeah. Thanks, Namrata. And thank you, everyone, all the audience and all the panelists. A very good evening to all of you. You know, we are into a very interesting time. So that traditional supply chain definition and traditional supply chain operation are going through a sea change. So now supply chain is a bridge, not only a bridge between the operation, product and consumer, but also a driving force, looking at the changing consumer behavior, the uncertainty in the macro market space, the changes in the government policies, and the focus into different new sectors. So like it's now a game changer into manufacturing sector, agri sector, which you can actually see how it's spinning up, and then the cold chain in view of the vaccine. All of us know what are the challenges the cold chain sector is facing, and then obviously the retail, both the grocery side of it, the lifestyle side of it, and also the modern trade side of it. So giving this background of what is also happening, all the channels are getting converted into omni-channel. even for the manufacturing sectors also, agri sectors also, it is becoming omni-channel. And what we are also figuring it out, it was physical, then we used to call it a digital. Now there is a new buzzword which is physical. So a good amount of digital experience is getting punched into physical experience, both in terms of products, services, and the planning part of it. So it's more and more it's converting into a experience driven model, where supply chain is playing a major game into the experience. So this is not only a supply led function anymore. It's when we are talking of omni-channel, it's adding into the experience, the last mile consumer experience. So now, without wasting much of a time, I'll come straight into the conversation. So I'll start with Ramesh ji, right? So
Yeah.
Ramesh ji, given your vast experience into the consumer goods, the fast-moving goods and the durable, my question would be to you: how are you transforming the supply chain, and how is it getting transformed through digitization, people part of it, upscaling, and the customer centric approach?
Yeah, many thanks to Alden, and good evening to sorry.
IDFC का
Sandeep ji, can you put yourself on mute? Yeah, Ramesh ji, carry on.
Yeah. Thank you. Good evening to all. Thanks, Alden, for giving us the opportunity to answer your question, Mr. Aniruddha. See, I think all the speakers before us have also been touching upon the pandemic and COVID scenarios. However, I have a few pointers to share. The thing is, there's been a lull before the storm. So if you look at the logistic industry per se, now due to the fuel price hike, etc., there's been high operating cost, lack of adequate infra sometimes. But one good thing is the stakeholder sentiments is beginning to change across logistics per se, be it cold chain or warehousing. And this post-pandemic has become a sunrise in kind of an industry where there are a lot of third-party players who are growing in numbers, also outsourcing for storage and distribution, and especially in cold chain has been ramping up in terms of storage, reefers. And the 3PLs have also been moving up with value-added servicing, such as order processing, kitting, packaging, sorting, grading, assaying, creating new venture stream, revenue streams. If you look at some of the logistic clusters states like NCR, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Pune, Bangalore, Chennai, and parts of East and Northeast, there are a lot of logistic park developers who've been stretching out into tier 2, tier 3 cities where there are a lot of capex and opex intensive initiative that is emerging. But one thing that I foresee, especially in cold chain as a sunrise sector, is when the OPEX model emerges over the CAPEX, the cold chain operators need to employ attention to cash flows, human resource optimizations. And we see a lot of new horizons coming into logistics and especially cold chain. The demand for more skilled workforce is transforming. Like you need more of reefer drivers, forklift operators, reach truck operators, refrigeration technicians. In this context, the Skill India initiative or the Skill India mission, especially through Logistics Sector Skill Council, would give an immense boost to emphasize creation of pathway for employment and entrepreneurs. And simultaneously, there are a lot of energy efficient plugins
equipments, automation, adaptability of effective technologies on packaging, RFID, TMS, WMS, through e-commerce. And it has been a place for investors on a gallow with a lot of private equity players, investments coming in this growth sector. Aniruddha.
Yeah. So, rightly covered the stakeholder sentiment, which is now actually on a recovery path. The more 3PL value-added services are coming up, more logistic parks are also coming up. And very importantly, when cash is the new rich concept, then it's the OPEX model, which is taking over CAPEX model. And efficiency driving projects are more important right now. So from there, I'll move to Keur. You are directly into a consumer interfacing industry, right? So how you guys are leveraging on customer centricity, and what are the focus area pre-COVID, and what is the focus area during COVID right now? And have you seen any shift in consumer sentiment? And accordingly, how are you adapting the centricity policy?
Absolutely. So thank you, Aniruddha, for asking me this question. And first of all, thank you, the Elden Global as well, for to providing me this platform to exchange my views and exchange our thoughts, right, with the industry leaders. So to answer to your question, right? So now let me just tell you that after COVID, people have become more tech savvy. It's not that people were not tech savvy, but now they have started utilizing the technology more, right? So earlier, people were kind of habituated to go on an offline mode, but now there is obviously a shift that if not buying, but at least people are surfing on the online mode. They are checking the products, price discovery, the product features, right, and the reviews, ratings of the product, and all of those things, and then buying the product, right? So the consumer behavior itself is changing, right? And what does it mean? It means for a supply chain guy like us is that we will have to become more and more customer centric in our approach, right? And when I say the customer centric, so it's not only about delivering the material on time, right? That's become a hygiene factor now, right? That yes, you will have to deliver the product on time. That's the expectation from the customer. That's not your USP anymore, right? Your USP is how do you create the experience which can kind of create the repeat customer, right, or repeat buying for you, right? So that is kind of customer delight is the most important word nowadays. And I would say that from supply chain perspective, and particularly in the post-COVID era, right, the important piece from any logistics guy was to create a trust, right? That hey, we are taking care and we are taking precautions from all those perspective, right? So our products are also safe to kind of consume or safe to use, right? Also our stores and our delivery channels are also kind of safe. So many companies, not only our company, but most of the companies have kind of started monitoring the temperature of the not only the delivery boys but entire warehousing staff and everyone. Not only them, they've gone one way ahead and started the health checkup and probably the temperature checkup and monitoring the entire condition of the entire family, so that you can capture the trend early. If someone in the family is not well, then your organization is telling the people that yes, you don't need to come to the organization or probably the warehouses or logistics sector to work, because there are chances that you may have also contacted towards the COVID, right? So that's where the people have kind of gone one way ahead, not only tracking the people but direct people, but their families, and the health of the families as well, right? Because the lowest of any Monday is actually significantly impacting the supply chain, right? Because as we know that the entire industry had certain control measures, right? That there were, not all the warehouses could work for 24 hours, right? There were some government restrictions, right? That on weekdays only people were allowed to work. Also in the night, there were some night curfews in some of the cities, right? So
Yeah.
people were not allowed to work on the night shifts also. So we will have to manage with the limited manpower. And in that limited manpower, losing one person is also like, losing the entire game, right? So that's where, the people care is becoming more important. Secondly, I would like to touch upon on the technological side. So to create a trust to the customer, right? Nowadays, I mean, all the companies or majority of the good companies have come up with the facility that whosoever is coming to your doorstep, right? They are also showing that temperature, that the delivery boy which is coming to your doorstep is having 97 or 98 degree Fahrenheit temperature. So he's not having a temperature, right? And probably all those histories as well. Then another is, the mandatory face mask uh, screenshot. So we said that, we are 100% compliant from the safety and hygiene perspective, right? And that's where we are creating a trust to the customer, right? To buy and come to the platform, right? That's second piece. And obviously, third thing is, as you rightly mentioned, the leveraging the omni-channel capability, right? Earlier, people were working towards the omni-channel projects, but COVID has actually, compelled all the companies to work towards the omni-channel, right? So, I mean, let's have one example that, suppose one particular retailer is having, 1,000 stores or probably 500 stores. So now they're leveraging the stores infrastructure to kind of, convert that into the fulfillment center, or we can say dark store, or we can say that, the last mile delivery hub as well, right? So nowadays, all the stores are having a capability to become a last mile hub, and we can actually fulfill from the stores as well to reduce the SLA to the customer, right? So these are the three important pieces: omni-channel, care to the customer, and the digital interface, and use of the technology to serve the customer better. Right? These are the three important pieces probably which I can narrate.
Yeah, Kev, thank you. You have rightly summed up into the three main P's. So at the central focal point is consumer, and you have the omni-channel to serving, and third piece is the care. You have also mentioned a very important word called trust. So with that word, I will come to Samir ji. You are into the food segment, right? And the new buzzword and the new catchword we figured out in supply chain is trust. And trust is the main value proposition right now. We have seen during COVID, just because of trust deficiency, big brands has actually slipped in the food segment, in delivery models. And we know all those stories from Bangalore, from Gurgaon, Mumbai, etc. So how your organization and in a supply chain, how you guys are trusting trust and that as a proposition of consumer centricity approach. So if you can just elaborate around that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Anuj. Actually, I think this is a very important question, but I'm having some other thoughts also which I want to mention. So
Sure.
Whenever we are talking about the consumer trust, the most important thing is that we should be able to at least meet the basic requirement of the consumer. The basic requirement is that whatever he likes, he should get in time, whether it is COVID or no COVID, but as per his requirement. And during the this pandemic time, perhaps the requirement has gone up because in food sector, the sectors like us, there was also a lot of panic buying. So like I know many people who normally don't eat anything with high salt, but during this time, whenever they were going to grocery shop, they used to buy some big packet. So there was certain changes in the consumer demand. All roadside shops were closed, so all small packet of 5 rupee, 10 rupee were not able to sell. So consumers were actually starving for packet, and they started purchasing bigger packs. So we, in COVID time, we took some learning. This is one of the learning that in a very short period of time, we actually developed bigger packs, and we developed the packaging, everything with the help of respective laminate suppliers, and we launched those products. So the ratio which used to be 30-70, 30 bigger pack, 70 smaller pack, it got reversed, almost 70-30, and we were able to supply the stock. So actually that helped us. But to achieve the trust from the consumer, one most important thing, availability, we were able to achieve. The second important thing was that how we were able to achieve this. Actually, what happens is COVID has given a very good learning, which I am sure everyone will agree that we should, as Theo was also mentioning about omni-channel and other things, but one more important thing is that you should have all type of options open so that you can produce. Like I can give you one or two small examples. Generally, in most of the organization, they go for contract work. During this pandemic time, most of the contract workers, they were off the work. They were not interested to come back and to join plants. In our plants, conventionally, we were having 50% workers, 50% regular worker and 50% contract worker. So we were able to start our production from the first day we got the permission. That was in the end of March itself. And we were able to produce whatever we were doing. Similar was the second thing related to logistics. In logistics, one major challenge which most of the company faced is in market there were shortages and there were many drivers were not willing to work. So the transporters were not able to provide vehicles. So in those cases, we were having many transporters who are working with us with their own dedicated fleet working only for our company. Actually, one more fact I would like to mention, we are having high volume. We are moving almost 200 vehicles per day from our Noida plants. So this is a huge requirement. Even if there is a gap of 5-10 vehicles, it is really creating havoc. So because of those dedicated fleet which is working with us, we were able to control the cost. We were able to achieve the requirement. These things actually helped us a lot that we were able to provide stocks as per the requirement, as per the customer expectations in time. And naturally, we are having one of the most advanced plant as far as processes are concerned. We were not having much issues related to quality or something like that. That helped us really not only to retain the trust, but also get a handsome growth, what we were expecting during that period. So actually, these are some of the most important learning which we got from pandemic, and we are continuing these things now. Whenever we are expanding our network, we are keeping this in mind. We are creating some of the infrastructure within our system so that we can get a similar kind of setup which can help us even if in case of some eventualities. So I think these are major learnings which we got and we were able to implement in time, which helped us a lot.
Yeah, you're rightly saying, Samirji, because it's all about availability, and for us as a retailer, understand the on-shelf availability. So it's about timely delivery from supply chain side, and you guys have rightly captured the conversion from a smaller pack to larger pack. Yeah, because the panic buying was happening, the holding was happening, and we as a retailer got support from your brand while you adapting the changes with much faster agility. So I'll come to Mohit from there. So how you guys in your sector embrace the digitalization to enhance the consumer centric approach during COVID or before COVID, and how we have actually met the challenges during COVID and the lockdown and everything.
Sure. Thanks a lot for the question, Anirudh. And we are, all of us are actually in tough spot because we are the third panel for the day, and most of the veterans, they have already given their inputs. So what we could really be talking about is specific to the company or what we've really seen firsthand, because otherwise all supply chain fundas have already been given. Right. So, well, rightly said. And in fact, Moglix as a company, we believe in digitization, and we have been helping companies and clients across, multiple sector, be it FMCG, be it paints, chemicals, metals, mining, automotive, in digitization of their inbounding supply chain. So typically the problem that we solve for our clients was that, whenever a manufacturing organization buys its products, 70 to 80% goes into raw material. Then essentially 5, 10, 15% would be capex, machinery, electricity, manpower, and everything else, right? And then there is remaining 5% of the products by value, which would comprise of everything else under the sun, right? Challenge is that although these products are just 5% by value, but in terms of number of SKUs, these would be 70 to 80% SKUs comprising of only 5% of the value. In terms of number of suppliers who you're buying them from, again, 60 to 70% number of suppliers who are the tail end, long tail end sort of suppliers would be contributing to only just, essentially 5%, 10% of the value for an organization. And a lot of people across, procurement, across supply chain, across engineering stores would be engaged in managing this sort of spend. So Moglix comes into picture and as one large one-stop solution essentially consolidates this spend for its set of clients and customers. And we continued our effort during COVID also. So we never shut down. Our warehouses, our shops were never shut down for our customers because we were essentially supplying to the companies who were manufacturing essentials. So a lot of our clients would be in pharma and FMCG domain, and they were manufacturing from day one. And essentially, be it PPEs during those time, or then essentially indirect products like bearing, fasteners, etc. Later on, we continued to do, ramp up our supply chain and build upon it, and making sure that deliveries are happening in full and on time, irrespective of whether we are in orange zone, red zone, green zone, or whichever zone. So that happened, and along with digitization effort that we did, and automation of our own warehouses, because back then touchless was the key, and touchless still is the key, and having those bots in place, we ensured that we are upgrading our own fleets and warehouses and are able to deliver. So at the same time, what really helped us is we learned it back in our schools or B schools, that in supply chain there are 4 V's essentially, volume, volatility, velocity, and visibility. So ensuring each of these V was getting fulfilled by us was the primary task. So ensuring that our customers get to know when their products are actually getting delivered. Atulji in previous panel mentioned that, even at a senior VP level and senior management level, a person is expected to answer to the plant head that where is the truck in the supply chain. Now imagine if you can track that on a piece of app, right? You don't have to call up anyone. You can just check it on the app and let the production head know that this is going to come at this point of time. If you want it early, this could be catalyzed. So that is something we ensured and are continuing to do so. And earlier panelists, and even during this panel, it was mentioned that there was an omni-channel movement. There was a significant movement from offline to online. And Moglix is today India's #1 industrial products supplier and platform across the country. And essentially, we saw our growth essentially to 3x and 4x levels with the similar marketing spends. So because we were active, because we were growing during this time, and because we were serving our customers, we could actually grow 3x, 4x due to this presence. So yes, that was a bit about us.
Yeah, great. To hear the growth story under this challenging time. And rightly you were saying it was all about technology and adaptation of technology, and building up an organization and driving an organization has never been easy because of the physical distance. We used to operate in some fashion, and overnight we have switched to digital conversation, digital accountability, which I say. So I'll come back to Sandeep ji. The same question to you. How this digitalization and then people upscaling in your organization, in your area, and some part of this transportation. So what are the challenges you have faced and how you have overcome?
First of all, good evening to everybody. Basically, see, for us supply chain professionals, even if the circumstances change, the situations change, our job remains the same. It's basically to deliver products at the right time, at the right cost to the customer, because again the customer is the king. We have to deliver the material as per their expectations. So when this I personally take care of 2 factories for Jammu, for Inflection Limited, located at Jammu, and we supply about 4,000 metric ton of flexible packaging material to about 250 customer locations all across India. So we do this basically through, we have a fleet of full truck service providers which take care of our, the requirements from the origin to the destination. Then we have got 4 to 5 part load service providers and for taking the part loads. And then we have these premium service providers who basically take care of our train and, air related requirements. So when this all things started, ours is basically this is an indirect demand, and we supply to almost everybody in the industry, like be it Procter and Gamble, be it Nestle, be it Cadbury's, be it Britannia. So all are our customers, and basically, everybody was working during the whole period. So we also had to work, and we had to make sure that the supplies were there, at the right time to them. So when this all things started, basically, this service full truckload, we could find that there were no service providers. The part load service providers, they have also ran away, and there were flights were off. There were no train services. Nothing was there. But then, see, we in a month we deliver about 4,000 metric tons all over India, and we had material piled up at our end, and the supplies were supposed to be made. Then, adversity is the mother of all inventions. Somehow, as a supply chain professional, there is a never say dying spirit is there. So we have to see that the goods are still delivered at the right cost. So what we did basically, see, for our premium consignments, what we found out that these refrigerated vehicles, generally they carry this medicine related stuff normally. So they were not being stopped at anywhere in India. So what we did, we tied up with 1 or 2 refrigerated service providers for our air and train related, requirements. So these were the first which we, attacked first of all. So we were able to, tie up with 2 to 3 service providers in that area with whom we were working earlier also, and we settled for a to and fro freight, like from our place to 4 or 5 destinations all across India, and they would come back to Jammu itself. And for full truck service providers, we located some local transporters over here who had their own trucks, because at the end of the day, the trucks had to come back to Jammu. Because if the truck does not belong to Jammu, it will not come back to Jammu. And more important was that the driver should belong to Jammu. Otherwise, if the driver belongs to any other state, on the, like, what generally happens is, if the driver belongs to this area, he before going off, what he will do, he will stay back for a day and then he will go, because he will make preparations on the way, what all stuff he will be requiring. And if the driver belongs to some other state, maybe, then maybe on the way back he will stay back. So we could not take that risk. So we basically saw that, we put our, basically, for every circumstance, you have to put some SOPs in place. So what are the basic things which we are going to do so that, the supplies keeps on going during this period. So this is how we manage that. And then, at the end of the day, like, if I talk about the cost which we pay to the overall, service providers, the cost is around 5 rupees 50 paisa per kg, which we pay on an overall basis for our monthly, offload of material. But surprisingly, during COVID, that has come down to around 4 rupees per kg. So we have actually saved around 25 rupees, 25% on freight. That was primarily due to the fact that all the part loads were converted into full truck loads by route planning, and the air and train, it was catered through this refrigerated trucks and all. Now, basically, say during now the new normal, during this new normal, what we are doing now, this has become a part and parcel of our services. So what we do, pre-COVID levels, our part load used to be around 20%, and 80% used to be our full truck load. But now it's full truck load is almost more than 95%. It is because of what has happened, like during the initial period of this COVID. And with respect to automation, we have basically what we did basically during this period, we bought some this GPS of our own. Like, one GPS, it doesn't cost much basically. It's around 2,500 rupees. So we basically, whatever trucks were leaving from our place, we were installing our own GPS into all the trucks, whichever truck was leaving our premises. So this is how we controlled all the movement of all the vehicles which were going from our factories in Jammu. So that's it
Yeah,
from
right.
us.
Yeah, right, Sandeep. As you rightly say, I can correlate with many of the things. We used to think, we have shredded a lot of inefficiency, we are cost efficient, but COVID actually taught us uh, so much was left there. And one of the key things which we did into our say, Spencers or Nature Basket or other consumer facing businesses, the remodeling of the contracts. And most of our contracts are now cost are now as a percentage of sale. And that's a huge learning due to COVID. So if I sell more, I'll spend more in supply chain. If I don't sell, I'll spend less. And from that, as you are saying, you get GPS and the devices low cost. So you talked about technology. So I will come back to Rameshji and ask what are the new technologies that you guys as embraces in this period, or irrespective of COVID, what do you envisage in next 2 years in terms of technology adaptation in your field of supply chain? Yeah.
To tell you, we are into the landscape for skilling the youth in the country. Be skill trained people in Flipkart, DHL, FedEx, Adani, Reliance, including the Swiggies and Zomatos of the world. So what it was 5 years down the line and what it is today, logistics today breeds technology. You call it 3, 4, 5, and there is more to come. So today GPS is given like your mobile. In case if there's a transportation, be it a two-wheeler, three-wheeler, multi-axle or a ODC, I mean, it is given. Without that, you can't track and trace. There's no control. What can be measured can be managed. So in terms of technology, I think it is proliferating across storage and distribution simultaneously. And there are companies who invest in technology and there are companies who do not. There are some in the wall. So again, what is it going to, how are you going to benefit by investing technology? And again, it varies from product to product, the cargo mix, the corporate, the policies, etc. And another thing that is fast coming, apart from all our panelists had already spoken on technology, what we've been hearing on all the AR, VR, IoT, blockchain is now already adapted, even at sectors like agriculture, where the procurement to payment through banks such as HDFC happens in blockchain. What was once intent is today a reality. And without technology, I think you will perish. You need to pivot with technology and adapt yourself. So there are, in terms of, like I said, be it transportation, TMS, WMS, automation, are all into it. In fact, there are a lot of companies. The pandemic is bought sale of their products. I don't want to name the company. They sell a lot of sorting equipment, sorters, conveyors, carousels. They just go, they can't take this around to show to them. And they have come out with a wonderful solution through Google Eye, which gives you a 3D vision. And the sale has, I think, gone 4x, 5x. Going to the customer, just demonstrating. So the technology is getting fast adapted. And even when it comes to skilling, we find a lot of skill centers that is coming up with computer labs at the entry level, at the mid-managerial level, all banking, insurance, the physical flow, documentation. If you look at shipping and civil aviation, things have gone paperless. Your bill of lading. So there is tremendous amount of change. The change is going to be constant, and either you pivot or perish. Technology, again, the obsolescence is also there. The programming that you learned 2-3 years ago does not come into play today. that is also on a constant, roller coaster mode. Over to you, Anirudh.
Right. I'll come. Keyur. So Keyur, in your field, obviously, demand forecasting, the last mile delivery, and the omnichannels are also playing a role. So what are the new technology you guys are adopting or you are prescribing to the supply chain community, that will come handy in terms of cost optimization for the next 2 to 3 years horizon?
So, okay, from the technology perspective, I would really like to, tell all the viewers out there that, in supply chain, one thing, which is very, very basic is obviously, you really need to have the automated route planning, wherein you can help your vehicle, increase your vehicle efficiency, right? So automated route planning is one. Second is, nowadays because of the COVID, there is a touchless POD, right? So instead of POD now, it is going to the OTP-based delivery mechanism, wherein through the OTP verification, you do the POD, and POD in the earlier there was a DMS system, right? The data management systems and stuff like that, right? Document management system. So now it has gone away. So all those companies will have to move towards the OTP-based delivery mechanism. As I said, that visibility is very, very important, like the way Mohit has said that, right? The visibility is a key word that customer would like to know when he will get the product, even if the product is getting delayed. Like in the COVID times, we have seen that unprecedented delayed for some cases because of things are certainly not in your control, right? There are some challenges which is going beyond your control. So your customer can understand the delays. However, what they need and they want is the visibility. That yes, I understand that things will not come today, but tell me when it will come. Will it be coming tomorrow? Will it be coming after 2 days, 3 days? So when exactly it will be coming, right? So you should be able to predict that in a proper manner, number one. Second thing is you should be able to provide that revised timeline to the customer, and that too, it's on a real-time basis, right? So like today, if product was supposed to be delivered, and if you come back by today only that at 5:50 that hey, I'm sorry, I mean we were supposed to deliver a product, but we have not delivered. That's not going to help, right? So you have to provide them the visibility, the real-time visibility, so that customer knows that yes, the product is going to be delayed, and those will be the time delay, right? So I would say that visibility to the customer is also a very, very important piece, right? Second thing is from the technological perspective, any organization will have to think that how do they manage the social media, right? How do they manage the voice of customer, right? And how do they get the feedback from the voice of customer, right? So NPS, net promoter score, and all those techniques were like under adoption. Not many companies have adopted, but I would say that now probably most of the companies are adopting the NPS. They are taking the voice of customers very, very seriously, because if you don't deliver the material on time, if you don't provide the right set of customer experience, customer is having the social media, right? So it is now up to the companies whether they would like to use the social media for their advantage or whether they would like to use it for their disadvantage, right? And only way of making them as advantage is like creating a loyal customer base through the proper experience, right? And to provide that the consistent experience, you will have to adopt all those technologies, be it a right forecasting tool, which probably the earlier panel has covered in much detail, that how the forecasting can be much better in this scenario, and all of that stuff. So yeah, I mean, from each and every touch point, you will have to think that can I automate the touch point so that I can provide the consistent experience to the customer, right? And that's the key, I believe so. Yeah.
Right. So Samirji, probably in food industry also we have the NPS. Probably in your supply chain also you have net promoter score, and you have different parameters. But when consumers are going more of a physical mode, and the compliances in foods are very strict today. So what are the few things from your experience of supply chain that are coming new, but we need to adapt very quickly in terms of Yeah, in terms of gaining more consumer trust while maintaining compliances.
Thanks, Anuj. Actually, this is a very important question. But before that, I would just like to mention one more point. We are food industry is a very low margin product. So generally, in all other industry where we are working with higher margin, we never care for much about the technology because we can get a technology and a percentage cost to the total cost would be very less. However, in food already we are suffering with a lot of things. And in our case, the transportation cost is almost in the range of 4 to 5%, which is one of the maximum compared to other products. So I even worked with a company where it was less than 1%. So this is just one perspective. In our case, the most important thing is that the product which is reaching with the customer, it should be well within the time. So the shelf life is very, very important. And second thing is there should not be any error. If I'm selling March 2020 product, then it should be March 2020. If it is June 2020, that is also important. So in our case, we have what Mr. Ramesh was also mentioning. We have spent a lot of money in doing all kind of automation in the processes. Right now, in our case, what's happening is each and every carton which is getting packed, that is getting printed with an online barcode, which is having complete detail of the product. Each and every product is whenever it is coming to the warehouse, we have online sorters, so line wise it is getting sorted out, or it is divided for various product lines. Whenever it is getting loaded inside the vehicle, each and every product is controlled through SAP and the barcoder. So we are 100% sure if I'm sending some stock to any specific super stockist, which particular manufacturing stock he has received. So we are having traceability up to that portion. So whatever be the primary movement of the stock, we have 100% traceability for that. Apart from that, we have also done some more thing in the warehouse. Earlier, we were not having any warehouse. We were moving directly stock to all super stockists. But we thought this is one of the reality, and to get a consumer confidence, we will have to have some stock at our end. So we have finalized some technology using a auto storage and retrieval system, which is very costly system, but that is very cost efficient as well as far as total cost saving is concerned in space and other things. So we are putting up that system. All those brainstorming we were able to do during the COVID time only, how we can get it. So I think these are the 2-3 major areas where we have spent, and most of the things have already been implemented.
Yeah. Because that's how we are gaining trust in the marketplace. It's about the compliances and the speedy delivery. Both are the keywords in our food industry. I'll come back to Mohit. Your forte and your strong area is technology. So, what would be your recommendation to us in terms of technology adaptation in terms of demand forecasting or supply mapping or even reverse logistics per se? So, what are your experience from client side? The demand you are envisaging, and what are your recommendations?
Yeah, thanks, Anirudh, for the question. And if we have to really look at technology adoption, I will probably break it down into two components. One is towards the hardware side, and second on the software side. Hardware side, Mr. Venkat mentioned it is nowadays telematics, GPS, touchless appliances and devices. They're like available everywhere, and we can really leverage them, sensors, etc. A lot of companies are into that. Automatic stackers, etc. are providing, and they are readily available as long as you are okay in investing into it. You would get there right in the right manner. The second part, which is the software part of the technology, I think that is the most critical and the most difficult to implement part. Implementation would still be easy, but actually adaptability and everyone using them rightly would be extremely difficult. Typically, out of all the softwares that big enterprises pay for, not more than 20% of them actually get used. And why they don't get used is because all these softwares typically face a big problem, which is garbage in, garbage out, right? You feed in garbage, you get out garbage. And today, the shape of the data and the internal catalogs that we guys have is extremely bad. And for the lack of a politer word, I'll say the data inside most of the organization is pathetic. If you give a pathetic data inside a software, what are you going to get at the end of the day, right? So we when we work, and if you really want a suggestion, I mean, you asked for one from my side. I think organizations must really invest in cleaning their data internally first, investing there first, and it won't take much effort. It would really be more around the discipline that they're able to create. And are my SKUs defined properly? Are the SKUs that I'm procuring defined properly? Am I able to leverage that? Am I able to identify what are my runner products, what are my repeater products, what are my stranger products? Because till the time you can't know that, you will not be able to plan for inventory and all that. All these buzzwords around, blockchain, artificial intelligence, AI, ML, so all are going to go down the trash, right? So I would really say get the basics right. Hardware, etc., could be bought, but for the software adoption and large scale impact for the companies who are large scale and present everywhere, get the basics right, and then there are enough softwares available everywhere you can use. Otherwise, there are lots to go down.
You're absolutely right, Mohit, because as an organization, we are doing many POCs around many projects.
Yeah.
And the challenge we face in terms of our data management.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, it'll boil down to that thing only, right?
Yeah.
So yes, we'll have to solve for it, and then there are enough platforms and enough, innovative people developing technology on top of it. So yes, that'll be there. Thank you.
Right. We have just 10 more minutes to wrap it up. So I'll come back to each one of you, and it's a random session. So anyone can take this. It's for the audience and for the younger generation, that how do you see the supply chain as a sector from a support function? It's now already into a mainline function. How do you see it getting transformed in next 2 to 3 years, going by the sectors, the government reforms, the macro, the geopolitical piece, the uncertainty of pandemic? Today it's pandemic, tomorrow it can be anything else. So how do you see in each of your case how it will transform, and from technology perspective, how will become future ready, better prepared than what it is today? So Ronit, Uday, you are also there, but any one of the panelists, you guys can start taking this. Yeah, Rameshji, you can start, and then.
See, to answer your question, one size does not fit all today, because pandemic has taught us a lot of lessons, good, bad, and ugly. So as a leader, you cannot do everything on your own. So you have to be clear what your team members want to do, and then trust them to do it. So the answer is delegation. Second is, whichever industry you're in, history has shown that the industry you operate does not matter as much being good at what you do in your logistics sector. Which means either whatever is the best, you get glued to it. Otherwise, you will lose out. Then, will the industry today, post-pandemic or the new normal, will need more consolidation? Will it get more integrated? And what needs to be done? It can be technology, strategy, people, whatever. And my view is every industry has transformed along with the government policies. And this is going to change. Change is going to be constant. You will win only if you take the position now. And there is no such thing like, 3-year plan, 5-year plans. It's all in the freezer today. And last but not the least, I have an example. Like COVID, if you look at the 9/11 incident in US, it had taught world over, the entire security scenario, the whole security issue has changed. Similarly, the pandemic has brought dramatic changes. And what matters is whichever business you are in, like Mr. Kiu said, customer centricity is very important, like your reputation. And you need to have and maintain through resilience your valuable customer base and work for the betterment of the ecosystem. Metrics that you need to chase are again cash, employee engagement, customer continuity, cut fixed costs because supply chain logistics is fully a variable, predominantly variable. So the percentage of business done digitally is bound to go up, and centralization versus decentralization, that is something that is fast changing, and today there is a tendency to overmanage and overlead either of those, and it is predominantly moving to decentralized operation and collaborate and build better partnerships to be a good partner. That's it from me.
Yeah, thanks, sir. You summarized it well. I'll come back to Sandeep ji. In transportation logistics sector, you have expertise there, and also cold chain. How do you see this transformation will happen, and including the technology adaptation in next 2 to 3 years?
See, like what I feel is like in next maybe 2 to 3 years, maybe little more than that, maybe because when ERP and SAP everything came into India, like it was around in 2000, 2001, 2. India initially was a little bit slow, like in adapting to these technologies. But as the time went by, almost most of the industries in India they adopted it. Like the bigger ones they adopted like Oracle or SAP, but then the smaller ones were also took to some other technologies which were relevant at that time. Now, if I but at that time, one thing was very prominent was that there used to be a back end and front end at that time. Like whatever these specialists used to, they used to generate that the user has to use in the front end. But today the things have changed with things like analytics, data science, this AI, all these are coming. And what I feel is like, the future is in blockchains, basically. Like with enterprises, with blockchains, like there are three types of blockchain. One is a public blockchain, then there is a private blockchain, and then there is a consortium blockchain. Now, the biggest example of blockchain is the cryptocurrencies which we have currently right now. And this is going to take over maybe in next 3 to 5 hours, because what happens with blockchain is that especially with consortium blockchain, number of like if I talk about my industry, I have my company who is basically the customer for the service providers who are providing transportation facilities to us. Then there are our customers who are paying us for the goods which we are supplying them. Then there are others who are supplying maybe manpower to us. Now, all these are going to be integrated through blockchains. And basically, and we are going to, like right now, what we have got manual contracts with each of the service providers.
Right.
What happens is there is a lot of inefficiency built into that. But once the blockchain comes into the picture, these all can be integrated in one frame. And like if I take a very practical example, if I have to ship something from here to, let's say there is a customer demand from City in India, what happens? I'll get a demand from the marketing person, then I'll flow an indent to the service provider, then he will arrange for the vehicle. Then there will be a separate demand if I need let's say some equipment I require. A demand will flow to that equipment supplier or service provider. Then there will be a demand which will go to the person who supplies the manpower or maybe some other services. Like if all these are integrated together, then definitely there is a way it is happening all around also. Then in one go, all can be connected with each other, and with that even the banks can be integrated into the same system. But going back to the if I talk about this automation in a little more simpler way, see what happens is it is happening in India also. There are a lot of repetitive jobs which are done by very highly skilled people on a day-to-day basis. maybe 90 to 99 or 95% people, they do repetitive jobs, which needs to be automated actually, and they have to do basically highly, some more value added jobs. That is what it is. Then there are basically like basically we have customers like all across India, and if I go to the basic skill levels of the the people who are engaged with us, there a lot has to be done with them. Even if I upgrade myself, I will not be able to, like in terms of technology, use it in right away, because the skill level at the receiver's end, it has to be enhanced basically. So there is a gap in that needs to be enhanced, and but definitely there are ways and means for that, and people are now taking initiative towards that. And then in terms of better this forecasting techniques, they have to become better and better basically, right? There are but then newer and newer forecasting techniques are coming, like trend analysis and all that. And then there are new techniques, like earlier what used to happen was that if I have to if somebody asks me, like what is the freight, what would be your freight for, let's say, next month, if I supply you this kind of volume to north, you will supply around 50%, to south you will supply about 20%, to, let's if somebody gives a distribution like that, I'll have to calculate everything in that case. But now there are techniques like regression analysis is there, where I can see, I can have data for last 12 months, how it has gone, and then based on simple Excel tools, I can find out what will be the freight.
Right.
Then I can match that with what actual data I can get. So basically, I can basically see the eventualities. I can check. I can take better decisions because of that. So this is going to take let's say 2 to 3 years, but it is like the type of institutes which have come, like data science, data analytics. They are going to take some kind of good exposure in our business.
And what I understood, Sandeep ji, you are right that we need to make more database decision over a period of next 2 to 3 years. And in that journey, we will have technology, we'll have AI, we'll have blockchains and everything. And then only probably this kind of uncertainty-driven period, or this kind of pandemic or anything else, will be able to handle better. So, Kevur, what kind of transformation do you envisage for next couple of years in your sector?
Well, so see, from the transportation perspective, I would again say that consistency is very, very important, right? In whatever we do, and to provide the consistent outcome, right? One thing is, yes, automation will play a major role. Like nowadays, majority of the companies are like adopting technology, right, and the automation to kind of deliver the consistent output, right? So consistency and the automation is something I would foresee that within next 2 3 years there will be a lot of automations which will happen in the warehousing and logistics industries, right? So that's one piece. Second is in the next 2 to 3 years, I would say that again I would like to touch upon the customer centricity piece, right? So customer is not buying a product or services anymore now. They are buying an experience, right? And we will have to make sure that we give them the right set of experience. And I have, in my 15 years of experience, I always struggled explaining that processes cannot become the proxy to the customer experience, right? So I always seen that people are working since years, and they are always believe that this is something, the right set of process we have been doing since years, right? But this next 2 to 3 years probably will compel all of us, right, all those industries to kind of re-strategize ourselves, re-change the processes, and make the more customer-centric processes. So one is the automation to drive the more consistent solutions and provide the more consistent product and services. And second is probably probably rethinking the way your processes are there, right? You will have to think differently and make sure that your processes are aligned towards the customer experience. Right? These are the two things which I foresee.
Yeah. So Samirji, in the food sector, how do you see it will get unfolded?
Yeah, sure. I would like to mention some 2-3 points, quick points. One is I would like to mention, everyone is talking about software and everything. But as far as hard realities are concerned, we should be sure of one thing, that COVID has really taught us a good lesson, that if you are dependent only on a specific geography, then that will be fatal for you. So ideally, earlier the trend was that people used to create a big setup in a particular area and multiple plants they are putting up there so that they can have a centralized control. But now people should actually basically convert this in a way so that they should have working platform in different areas, so that in case something wrong happens in a particular locality, it's not affecting them. That is one of the things which I think people will have to plan. Apart from that, as many people have mentioned, in transportation we will have to work with dependable people, we will have to work with reliable people, and we will have to work with efficient people so we can reduce the cost, because there is a cutthroat competition with everything. So the cost is very, very important. Cost and timely delivery is very, very important. Third important thing is, as far as SAP or similar kind of platform are concerned, SAP is already implemented across the world now. In India, a lot of big companies are using it, but in most of the organization, it is being used only as a transaction platform. So they are not doing anything better than a normal transaction kind of a thing. People will have to use the other facilities like BI tools and other things so that they can actually utilize it further. And people will also have to go for tools like TMS, FMS, WMS, so that they can automate their internal system. As Mr. Sandeep was mentioning about the analytics, so if we implement these type of tools, then we will get a good analytics out of this. This will really help us to further improve the system.
Right. So I'll come back to my last question to you here. Everybody is talking about cost optimization, efficiency. So next 2 years, I can see more and more clients will come back to Moglix. So from your side, other side of the table, what kind of project will be on top of the table? How do you envisage? And in terms of that, your team's capability, hiring capability, upscaling. So what's your idea around those?
Yeah. I really hope that happens. There's a thing we say here in North, that aapke muh mein ghee shakkar. We really hope that happens. Right. Having said that, see, we feel that next 2-3 years and up till 2025, the supply chains of the world are really going to work way more strategically than they used to. So essentially, consolidation of non-strategic partners for them in their backend is what they're going to focus on, be it vendors, be it transporters, be it service providers. So that bit of consolidation will continue to happen. And like Samir ji put it out, that more trustworthy, the larger and the more strategic partners will play an important role. Second, a definite movement from offline to online is what is definitely there on the anvil. And we also see that trend and are investing heavily into it. Third, I feel, like I mentioned earlier also in your last question, more and more investment into data and analytics is what we are doing internally and also doing for our clients and customers. And helping data really predict that what is going to happen, what is going to stock out, and we do predictive stocking of it, is where we are working extremely hard and building those algorithms right now internally. And as for projects, we recently powered Unilever's supply chain, and not HUL, but Unilever's global supply chain. We set out a platform, apart from our physical supply chain where we supply MRO products to all the manufacturing plants, we also have a software wing where today, we developed a platform for Unilever, and approximately 60 countries in the world today for Unilever are using our contract management platform, which seamlessly integrates with their SAP and helps save them innumerable man hours in doing global contracting in uniform manner. Similarly, we're also, helping a lot of auto ancillaries run, technology-driven procurement, which had never happened for them. But today, across their indirect space and also their direct space is where Moglix is helping them consolidate their procurement. So yes, that's
Okay.
a bit about us.
That sounds good. And thank you all panelists. Namrata, do we have any question from the audience?
Yes, we do have a question from audience. The audience from Rajat, he's asking, what's the most significant impact your solutions have brought to companies across industries?
So I think Mohit can take this.
Right. I think each one of the companies who and the representatives here, their solutions contributed to humanity in general. Without Uflex's packaging, a Cadbury chocolate, a Mondelez chocolate would never reach to me, right? Without Haldiram's snacks and foods, my lockdown would have been even more boring. Netflix would not have been substantial, and without Reliance and Spencer's, where would have I got to shop, right? But if it comes to Moglix, so what we have really been able to do is essentially across the set of customers we have been working with, we have been able to bring down costs at their end by approximately 8 to 12%, depending on where the benchmarks initially were. We've improved the OTIF levels. We have helped our customers do alternate product sourcing and really improve on throughputs. We have ensured that supply chain becomes 100% compliant, and their GST input tax credits are there in place. And today, in a lot of plants, manufacturing plants, what we can really claim, and happy to say that we are running stores for some of them, and our people are sitting inside manufacturing plants and helping our customers, consolidating what used to be a painful space for them. So problem statement is very clear. All their indirect procurement, Moglix is managing. Today, if it is 50%, it will be 100% very soon. I hope I have answered the question.
Yeah. Mohit, you have answered it. So now, I'll request all panelists for a picture. So please keep your camera on.
Yeah.
A smiling picture of all the panelists.
Yeah.
Done.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Been a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks to the title sponsor, Anapan, and thanks to Moglix.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, esteemed leaders, for making this discussion rich with your thoughts. Now, the most awaited moment of the evening has come to an end, a precious moment to celebrate success and innovation. Inflection Awards are the India's most prestigious awards in supply chain, logistics, technology, marketing, procurement, and finance, endorsed by NASSCOM COE, SIM, CACMP, and Alden Global Value Advisors. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Now, I call my CEO, Mr. Sandeep Anand, to announce the results of top 25 supply chain votings.
Good evening, gentlemen and the ladies and the young professionals. It has been our pleasure to have the first People Choice Awards in supply chain in India. Supply chain always carry the hard burden of moving goods from factories, from suppliers, raw materials from suppliers to the final consumer. In the pandemic time, it has been more difficult for the supply chain and the logistics people. So what can be better than celebrating the People Choice FMCG Supply Chain Awards? So we had our team had done some research and put out a criteria in place where stock availability, cost per serve, demand based, supply chain, maturity, profit focus, intelligent planning, dynamic network alignment, nurturing talent. So we have put all these criteria after research and asked thousands of professionals to vote online on our website, and there has been phenomenal response from the companies, from the supplier, logistic provider, technology provider. So we can see plethora of industries which have voted, and professionals from all levels have voted in this. thousands of votes have come in, and we are very honored that people treat this forum so privileged that they come and vote on this for their favorite supply chains. I'm not taking much more time and try to get to the how people have voted. So here the voting comes. The top voting of the FMCG supply chain has gone to Hindustan Unilever, and this is the top 15 FMCG supply chain. So our friend from retail would be wondering that why they are not figuring, but this has been only FMCG supply chain voting, and I'm sure we'll have a retail supply chain and e-com supply chain voting in the coming time. So now the first, the apex position has been voted to Hindustan Unilever in the FMCG supply chain. Then comes Britannia, ITC, Kellogg's, Hindustan Coca-Cola, Dabur, Nestle, Mondelez, Conagra. Then we have Godrej. Consumer products, Platis, Red Bull, Imami, and Haldiram. So it's an immense pleasure and congratulations to these top supply chain. I can see many leaders here also, and which have come and participated in today's discussion. I can see Manoj on the screen. Congratulations, Manoj. You have been voted among the top 15 supply chain in
Thank you.
And I think it has been immense pleasure to host this. And since the thousands of votes have come in, it is not easy to get this one. And it's the people choice, how you treat your customers, how you treat your employees, and how do they think about that you in all those characteristics. I think a big congratulations. Ronit is also here. Congrats, Ronit.
Thank you.
You have been able to feature on this. Congratulations. I think great work by your team, and I can't see many leaders, so I can't comment about others, but a big work, a good work from all the leaders. And this has been a pandemic year, so getting this one in this year, I think it is you must have done a lot of hard work. Great. I hand over to Namrata for the next round.
Now, let's start the celebration with the first award for Best Supply Chain Strategy and Design FMCG 2021 goes to Godrej Consumer Products. Here I call Mr. Manoj Kothari to speak few words on it.
Thank you. Thank you, Namrata, Sandeep, Priyanka. I am really honored on behalf of GCPL to accept this award. This award I'm accepting on behalf of my team centrally working in Mumbai, as well as 50 plus professionals working in geographies of Africa amid pandemic. And it is really, a great thing to grow at more than 17% in last quarter, which was maybe best in last 4 years. I'm also thankful to our business partners in Japan, Kaneka Corporation, Denka Corporation, in Korea, the Unos and Chungwas, and in China, Hebei Smart, etc. Last but not the least, I am also thankful to our IT team and IBM as our partner to make our supply chain truly digital and making our processes automated. So we work on TOC, and this is really, really, we are honored to accept this award. Thank you very much.
Congrats, Manoj. I think the greatness of a leader is putting team before him. I think, and you have put all your international teams also ahead of you. I think, congrats, a big one. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep.
Congratulations, Manoj.
Yeah.
So the next award for SC 40 under 40 Retail 2021 goes to Kayur Kotecha from Reliance Digital Retail. I would like to call Mr. Kayur Kotecha to speak few words on this.
All right. Wow, that was a surprise. To be very honest, yeah, I really feel extremely honored and humbled to be receiving this prestigious award. Yeah, 40 under 40 by the Elden Global. Yeah, and this is truly a recognition of my efforts and contribution towards the supply chain industry. And let me just tell you that, this will definitely motivate me to work, in more meaningful way and to contribute to the industry and society at large. Yeah, and of course, this could not have been possible, of course, without, the support from my family, parents, wife, friends, everyone, and of course, my industry mentors, Colonel Vijay Nair, Sri Nireshbhai Ambani, Sailesh Karwa, Sarad Dalumia, Mr. Akhil Saxena from Amazon, Prashant Saran. So all those industry mentors, really have motivated and challenged me to work better. And of course, my team, who was always my backbone. Yeah, and last, I would really like to say a very big thank you to the jury and especially to the Eldon Global for organizing such a wonderful platform for industry thought leaders to meet, exchange ideas, and to recognize their efforts. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Congrats, Keyur.
Thank you.
Among the top 40 in 2021 in supply chain, I think a big one. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, Kayu.
Thank you, Namrata.
Next award for Supply Chain Leader of the Year FMCG 2021 goes to Ankur Chaturvedi from Emami Limited. I would like to call Mr. to speak few words on it.
Ankur, you are on mute. I think he's gone on mute. Maybe we'll bring him back.
Okay, sure.
Next one, yeah.
Award for Customer Centric Supply Chain of the Year FMCG 2021 goes to Bajaj Consumer Care. I would request Mr. Shonik Goyal to speak few words on it.
Oh, now, good evening, everyone. This is a surprise. This is actually uh, something like a dream for me. I mean, yeah, we've
Kindly
done a lot
open
of
your
things.
video, please. Kindly open your video, please.
Okay. Am I like, is the video on now? Am I visible, audible?
Yeah, you are visible part of the screen. If you can center it, it will be great.
Sorry, I am not able to. Just
Yeah.
one.
Just bring your laptop near to your face, I think.
All right. Yeah. Better now?
Center it, please.
Okay. Better now?
Better. It's better now.
All right. Yeah. So thank you. I think this is just like a dream come true for me. We've done a lot of things with respect to customer. We've done a lot of things with respect to customer service, customer delivery in the pandemic year, and glad that the results are showing for it. I owe this award to my mentors, Devender Jain. He supported us really well as the head of supply chain. Then even Rajesh, he's just come in, and of course the team, who had put in a lot of efforts day in and day out. Dinesh, Rajiv, Pratik, Tejas, Gurdeep. So all these guys have done remarkably well. They've never said no to walking the extra mile for customer service. And all in all, it's a team effort. We are still uh, you know doing all our efforts to become the best supply chain. right? A nimble-footed customer service, customer-oriented, customer-centric supply chain. And I think this particular award will only speed up our efforts in that direction. So thank you so much to the entire jury. Thanks Sandeep, thanks Namrata for considering us for this award. This is truly inspirational for me, and this will only speed up the journey. Thank you.
Congrats, Shaunik.
Thanks.
Congratulations, Shaunik.
Thanks, Namrata. Thanks.
Next award for Outstanding Supply Chain Strategy, FMCG 2021 goes to Red Bull. And I would like to call Mr. Ronit Verma to share his views on it.
Thank you, Namrata. Thank you, Sandeep, for this opportunity and sharing the insights about it. It's been a really, amazing year that we have been gone through in 2020. There have been many disruptions that we have seen. One of a lifetime journey that we have, gone through. But what I would say that it is a journey which we sail through along with the entire team. So with that respect, I would like to say one thing, which is focus on your team, which is people, and communicating with right and clear objective will bring in right spirit for the organization. So that is what, because the spirit that we had, and we will be able to bring this such strategy for the company, and we were able to sail through from the scenario that we had last year. So once again, thank you so much, Sandeep and team Eldon and the jury for it. Thank you so much.
Ronak, what a start of the year, landing into top 15 supply chain, FMCG, and getting the outstanding supply chain strategy. It can't be a better start of the year. I'm sure you will get the business rolling and win more awards in the future years.
Surely will. Thank you so much, Sandeep, for the words. Thank you.
Congratulations, Ronit. Next award for Supply Chain Innovation of the Year, Retail 2021 goes to Spencer's Retail. I request Mr. Aniruddha Banerjee to share his thoughts on this achievement.
Hi, thank you so much, to the organizer. It's a pleasant surprise. And, I'll take a couple of minutes, without the team on the ground, it wouldn't be possible. And is a team who are a part of a non-stop service level, because we are falling under essential commodities. So under COVID, we are not off for a single day. And then internally, we took a target. It was not a supply chain KPI, or it was not a business KPI. So as a team, we say, let's see how long we can run our supply chain without a single positive COVID case. And I'll be happy, and in my lifetime, I'll rate it like one of the top achievements. First 100 days across 40 cities, 198 stores, we ran operation without a single positive case. And how that was possible? Obviously, supply chain KPIs, we are master. We are doing it for years and we are learning. But our entire focus was with the safety measures, the protocols, the government regulation, compliances, because every day was new. So I'll thank to my team first, who stood up to the challenges. And these are not business challenges. These are life-threatening challenges. And we delivered each and every day to the consumers, because the GT was shut in first 60, 70 days. So it was only the MT who were providing essential services to the consumers. Secondly, I will also thank to the management, our sector head Shashat Goenka and my boss Devendra Chawla, because they were also very much human. Yes, there was a bottom line pressure, top line pressure, but we ran continuous operation with their support, and without being there in our back, we wouldn't be able to deliver. So thank you so much. It's a great recognition in one of the exceptional year in our lifetime. Thank you so much.
Congrats, Anirudh. I think great work by your team and managing it safely to deliver the business. I think that's the biggest thing. Great show.
Thanks.
Award for Manufacturing Excellence Award FMCG 2021 goes to Kellogg's India. Here I call Mr. Venkata to speak few words on it.
Truly humbled to receive this honor from Allen Global. Thanks to Allen Global, Namrata, everyone, and thanks for voting us as a most people choice award. From a supply chain point of view, I owe this award to the human spirit, the overall human spirit. We drove the whole purpose of sharing the bowls of joy across the supply chain, and we intend to. Our purpose is to drive the circular economy, and being a responsible citizen, how do we drive it with all the care and love to the people all across the supply chain, right from the vendors to the consumers, and making sure the wheels of economy doesn't get deterred by the pandemic. Various involvements, interventions that we have done, which has enabled us to keep the business going and making sure that the needy is getting fed and the business is usual. Thanks to all the human spirit, thanks to the society, thanks to the stakeholders all across, which has made us to run the business usual in a very, very challenging period like pandemic. And thank you so much for recognizing these efforts, and making sure the human spirits will always win. Thanks, Namrata, and thanks, Alden.
Double congratulations, Sridhar, for top FMCG supply chains and a manufacturing excellence award.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Venkata.
Thank you, Namrata.
Next award for COVID-19 Hero of the Year Logistics Electrical 2021 goes to Panasonic Life Solutions. I would like to call Mr. Vijendra to share his views.
I think he is there. Okay. Yeah, he is there in attendee. Just a minute.
Yeah.
Vijendra, please open your video.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Vijendra, we can hear you.
Good evening, everyone. I, in behalf of Panasonic Life Solutions, feel honored today to be receiving this award on behalf of my team for COVID-19 Logistic Hero of the Year. Joining me here, I have Mr. Ashutosh Rao, VP Supply Chain, and my entire operation team. I would like to...
They can open their video, Vijendra.
Yeah, so if they are allowed to do that.
Yeah, they are allowed to do that.
Yeah, so Ashutosh sir and our Panasonic Life Solution entire team, please use your video and just come up on stage. Yeah, so I would like to thank each one of you, and you have done a fantastic job during COVID. Not only you started the operation at the very go, but prioritize people's health and safety, ensuring customer satisfaction, and finally taking care of logistic P&L. Well, a goal like this in a new normal condition, cannot be achieved without a solid mentor and guide. And we have been fortunate enough to have one Mr. Ashutosh Rao, whose guidance and support guided us through every challenging path. And at the end, I would like to thank Elden Global and juries for recognizing our effort and work. Thank you very much. Thanks, Namrata and Sandeep.
Yeah, congrats, Ashutosh and Vijendra. This has been a difficult year for most of the supply chain and logistics. And getting, getting this award juried by top supply chain leaders of the country, you deserve a big congratulations.
Thank you.
Ashutosh and Vijay, it's a picture moment. Please smile so that we can take your screenshot.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Award for Supply Chain Strategy of the Year 2021 Life Sciences R&D goes to JVK Biosciences. Here I should I just speak a few words on it.
Yeah, thank you, Namrata. So it's really a privilege and pleasure to be receiving this award. Though I am here in the forefront receiving this award, I think a lot of credit and result is of the efforts of the supply chain team of JVK Biosciences, who have done a really exemplary work in last couple of years to reach to this level and where the results are coming now. In fact, this is a journey we started a few years back of achieving our supply chain strategy to be a responsible and responsive supply chain, utilizing the talent and technology and achieving the efficiency. So that tailwind definitely helped us during the pandemic time, where we were really able to overcome certain challenges which pandemic had thrown towards us. And though it has been a great learning experience, but at the same time, I would also like to really mention our thanks to our management team, especially our COO and the executive committee team, which has been constantly guiding the supply chain team on the direction we should focus on. And special mention to our external supply partners who have always collaborated and supported in the initiatives what we take and really given us these results. In the end, real thank to Elden Global team, the jury, Namrata, yourself, Sandeep, for setting up this wonderful award ceremony and the wonderful webinars, where a lot of learning comes to all of us and a lot of that is applied in our day-to-day working also. So some credit to you people also for helping us achieve this. So thank you very much, and I look forward for many more such achievements. Thank you.
Good to see you here. I'm sure you always find a reason either as a speaker or awardee to be here.
Yeah, it's really a pleasure, Sandeep, to be interacting with you and all the esteemed panelists and leaders. So that's a learning opportunity for me. I look at it that way.
Congratulations, Chandan.
Hi, Shonik. Congrats to you also. Happy to see you here achieving the award.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Chandan. Thank you so much. We were together in IIM Amritsar.
Yeah, Amritsar. Yes.
Yeah. Congratulations once again.
Thank you, Namrata.
Congratulations, Chandan. Once so that we can take a screenshot.
I also have my colleagues. If you allow, they can also on their video and.
Yeah. Chandan, let's have a team photo, please.
Yeah. So Sachin, Arul, and Sumit, if you can on your video and we can have one screenshot, it will be a pleasure. Sachin Dev. Yeah. So maybe if you guys, Sachin, we are not able to see you. Okay, see, we really find ways to accommodate ourselves. So we are compact SCM team.
Yeah, if Arul can accommodate the third guy, he can also come in the camera.
Sachin, maybe you can bend a little bit.
Yeah. So we get a better photo of the team. Yeah, congratulations, guys. Amazing work. Congrats, Chandan.
Thank you, Sandeep. Thanks, Namrata.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Award for Procurement Automation Project of the Year, Mining and Metal 2021 goes to Vedanta Limited. Here I call Mr. Rohan Bhuval to speak few words on it.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Elden Global and juries for selecting Vedanta Limited for Best Procurement Automation Project of the Year. It is indeed an honor. It is indeed a huge honor for me to represent and to receive this award on behalf of Vedanta family. I would like to recognize the immense hard work of my team to make this transition possible, and also the leadership of our Chief Commercial Officer, Mr. Hashpal Singh, and our CEO, Mr. CN Singh. And congratulations to all the fellow participants and recipients for this occasion. Thank you. Thank you all.
Congratulations to Team Vedanta. You know, you're sitting far in the east. Yeah, a big one from there, almost 2,000 miles away. But, you know, despite pandemic, you've been able to, you know, do all the hard work and get the form filled and my team got it juried, and a big one. Congratulations.
Thank you. Namrata, can my colleagues also join this?
Yes, sure.
I request Supriyo and Varad and Abhijit to switch on their...
Supriyo and Abhijit are here already, Rohan.
Okay. Varadarajan?
Namrata, I couldn't able to switch on my camera. So.
Just a second. I think everybody has joined.
Open your video. I think he's having some technical glitches.
Yeah, maybe.
Congrats, Rohan. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Abhijit, Supriya. Yeah, Varadarajan is here now. Finally. Congrats to the Vedanta team. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Please give a smile so that it ends the picture.
Thank you.
Next award. SNOP Solution 2021.
अभिजीत सर का मगर आया नहीं.
Yeah, Namrata, please go ahead.
Next award for Best SNOP Solution Provider of the Year 2021 goes to ACG India. I would like to call Mr. Rakesh to speak on this.
Thanks, Elden Global team for this recognition. It's an honor to receive this prestigious award. I would like to extend my thanks to all our customers who believed in our delivery capabilities, and as well as to all our ACG family members whose hard work and dedication has actually given us that kind of opportunity to receive this award. Thanks once again to Namrata, Sandeep, and the whole Elden Global team. Thanks for this.
Congrats, Rakesh.
Thank you. Thanks, Sandeep.
Great show.
Take care, sir. Yeah.
Congratulations, Rakesh.
Thank you. Thanks, Namrata.
Next award for Business Transformation Leader of the Year, Air Cargo 2021 goes to Sanjeev Gupta from Spice Express. like to call Mr. Sanjeev Gupta to speak few words on it.
Thank you, Namrata. Thank you, Sandeep. This is Rajesh Singh here on behalf of Spice Express and our CEO, Mr. Sanjeev Gupta. I am delighted. We are delighted to take this award, and it's a proud moment for Spice Express to take this award. And they also just would like to thank all the jury members and the voters who have voted for this transformation award. It has been a great journey last year in the pandemic, where the Spice Express entire team has worked very hard. And when all the airlines had shut down, the cargo business was only logistic support, which was given to not only in India, but also internationally. So we have been carrying the vaccines, we have been carrying the pharma loads and other things. And each and every staff and the team has worked very hard. And this is the great journey. And this award gives us more motivation so that we work harder and we achieve more such awards in coming future. Thank you, Namrata, once again. And thank you all the voters who has voted us for Spice Express. Thank you very much.
Congrats, Rajiv. Great show. And I think the whole humanity is thankful to Spice Express for moving the, vaccines and the medicines when nothing was moving. I think the whole humanity thanks Spice Express, and I'm sure the leaders here also acknowledge the great effort by Spice Express.
Thank you, Sandeep. It's our leader, Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, under whose able leadership we have achieved this, and he has given us the direction, and we are working towards that vision. Thank you very much.
A big congratulations to Sanjeev and you and your team for great performance. I'm sure the jury would have considered all these things in giving this award to you.
Thank you, Sandeep. Thank you,
Rajesh, can you hold for a minute? We have to take a screenshot.
Yeah.
If you have a team, you can call them also.
Yes. I'll call. Umesh, come. Mukul, please join. They're my team.
Yeah, congratulations, guys. Great show.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have taken the pic.
Thank you.
Award for Digital Logistics of the Year 2021 LSP goes to All Cargo Logistics. Here I call Ms. Sunanda Sharma to speak few words on it.
Thank you, Namrata. Thank you, Alden Global, and thank you everybody who voted for us as a jury. I think it was a very difficult year also for us, and doing digitization in these times was further more challenging for us entirely as a management, the teams who were into it, and the vendor partners also who were working relentlessly along with us. I think multiple locations and people somehow working either remotely or somehow, partly on the fields as well as on remote operations. It was extremely challenging, and still we could get through 17, 18 locations on a single platform, which could actually process everything digitally. And I think bringing all the manual efforts to an electronics platform and using artificial intelligence as well as machine learning are few components which were the exploration as well as, brought a lot of value and learning to all of us. And we are still bringing those kind of scenarios in the upcoming future. Thank you so much for acknowledging our efforts. It was a great deal. I think on behalf of my entire team, my management, my supervisors, and my company, I truly honor this. Thank you so much.
Congrats, Sunanda. I think getting a digital award for a logistics company, this is a big one, because logistics has always been a traditional companies, away from digital. But I'm sure the All Cargo has taken the path forward now. That's why the leaders would have recognized your performance. Great show.
I know you ask us, it has been a roller coaster all through the year. I mean, getting onto the remote working and still getting people onto the digitized operation, I think has never been before kind of experience for sure. And yes, you truly said it is a subject of matter, at least for this year for sure for us.
Yeah, pride moment, Sunanda. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Sunanda.
Thank you, Amrita.
Sunanda, can we have a picture for a screenshot?
Yeah. You can see me properly. I don't know. I can't see myself, but.
No, we can see you, Sunanda.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next award for Best Distribution Network Design 2021 goes to TVS Supply Chain Solutions. I would like to call Raman Kaul to speak few words on it.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, well, it's a nice surprise that you at the moment when you step out of the office. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Alden, the jury, and Namrata Sandeep. Truly honored to receive this award on my company's behalf. Well, I would like to dedicate the award to my ground team who stood up to the challenge. They took the challenge. They were there on the field, managing 120 locations, odd locations, and giving a service to our customers relentlessly. They worked 24/7. So as I said, our company is into critical spare parts. So we work 365 days, 24/7. We ensure that towers are up and running. We ensure the ATMs are up and running. So it is a massive job. And then the way we handle the pandemic and the lockdown, truly amazing. As I said in my previous forum, we were shut only for 4 days. And then we put our heads together and drafted a strategy how to move ahead and the services so that our customers are satisfied. So yeah, once again, thank you so much for acknowledging the efforts and giving us the award. Thank you so much.
Congrats, Raman.
Thank you, Sandeep. Thanks a lot.
Great show. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Raman.
Thanks, Namrata. Thanks a lot.
I think the biggest pleasure is getting the top 2 logistics companies getting awarded on this forum for last year. I think it's a pleasure for us also because you guys have been in the forefront of the pandemic.
Yes. So it's a great thing. I always keep telling to my colleagues or wherever I go for recruitments, I keep motivating students that this is a job. This is logistics is something which is going to be there forever, and next 5-10 years is the logistics.
Thank you, Raman.
Next award for COVID-19 Hero of the Year Marketing Medical Device 2021 goes to Carlsey's Vision Care India. I would like to call on Mr. Sunil to speak few words on it.
Hi Namrata, hi Sandeep, hi everyone. We are very delighted to have been winning
this award for this particular initiative. We are extremely happy, and this is a big testimony for not just us, for entire Vision Care team of Carl India. We always have been working to fulfill the ambitions of our customers. And during the pandemic, we had a serious challenge where the entire business had come to a standstill. And being sort of an essential and a medical kind of correction, vision correction kind of a product, it was very important for us to ensure the business continuity of our own as well as our partners. So this is where we took the initiatives called as Stronger Tomorrow, where we try to help our opticians or support them with protection and sanitization initiatives, digital initiatives, bring in the concepts of contactless consultation and plethora of training and webinars to really upgrade them, and some few launch of a few special products to help them in their business continuity. And I feel over last 12 to 13 months now, I think these initiatives have been taken very well by our fraternity, and we have been well appreciated, and this award stands as a testimony to it, and we are very, very happy about it. I would like to thank the entire team and all our customers who helped us in making this initiative successful.
Congrats, Sunil. Without your great lenses, I think many of us would not been able to see and do what we performed in pandemic.
Yeah, pleasure serving you always, Sandeep.
Good to see you continuously on these forum, either as a awardee or speaker. Great show, Sunil.
Thank you, Sandeep. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations, Sunil.
Yeah, thank you, Namrata.
Can we have a moment, please?
Yeah.
Big smile, Sunil. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandeep. Thanks, Namrata.
Next award for fastest growing logistics company of the year, Air Cargo. I would like to call Mr. Rajesh to speak few words on it.
Oh, this is a surprise, ultimately, and thank you very much to the jury and all the voters. We are delighted to have this award, and we assure our customers and to all of you that this award will keep us going and working more harder now, and we would see that we get the next award also whenever this great award from this thing has been organized. It's a great motivational award for us, and I thank entire team of Spice Express and our CEO, Mr. Sanjeev Gupta. And this award goes to all my team who has worked day and night. So thank you very much, and thanks Namrata, thanks Sandeep for this great award. Which is helping the industry and keeps motivating all of us. Thank you.
Rajiv, congratulations. This is very rare that one company gets 2 awards in our forums.
Absolutely. So
I'm sure something great is there in your work.
Yeah, we are thrilled now to have the second award.
Once again, congratulations, Rajesh. So the final award for the day, that is Supply Chain Leader of the Year, FMCG 2021, goes to Ankur Chaturvedi from Imami Limited. I would like to call Mr. Ankur to speak few words on it.
Thank you very much, Namrata. I would like to thank Eden Global for this lovely evening that they have arranged for us. As far as the award is concerned, I would like to thank our directors, Mr. Prashant Goenka, Mr. Sushil Goenka, our CEO, Mr. Vivek Dheer, and my entire team, especially Ravi Verma, for all the support that they provide in keeping the wheels turning. COVID was a big challenge for us, and we managed to ensure that we kept the show going on during the most troubled times. I think this award is a reflection of the commitment that my team had to keep the wheels going. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Ankur. I think this is a double one. Landing in top 15 supply chains, which people have voted, and a supply chain leader. So I think a very, very prestigious evening for you.
Thank you very much, Sandeep. Thank you very much. It's indeed an honor.
Yeah, and this also proves, Ankur, one more thing that, the jury doesn't consider the size of the company. It considers the work done by the leader.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Ankur.
Thank you.
Thank you, top leaders and delegates, for making this rich discussion. Hope you all will be able to carry the thoughts of the day to build a robust roadmap and strategies. See you in our next Ecom Supply Chain and Logistics Conference on 18th of March 2021. Thanks to the leaders and attendees for your valuable time during the day. Thank you all. Have a great evening.